Good evening and happy March, and welcome to the regularly scheduled monthly meeting of the Bonsall Unified School District Board of Trustees. We'll start with a roll call.
Nani Uswa here.
Eileen Trusty here.
Eric Katega here.
Pascal Lapointe here.
Roger Rochat here.
Michael Gaddis here.
And Larissa Anderson here. We are all here and accounted for. And if we can stand for the Pledge of Allegiance and have our student trustees lead it. To the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. It's nice to see everyone in the audience today. The board met in closed session prior to convening here for our open session. And in closed session, we considered the appointment, employment, evaluation of performance, discipline, transfer, or dismissal of employees, Government Code 54957, discussed its position regarding collective bargaining with the Bonsall Teachers Association and the California School Employees Association, chapter number 703, in order to direct the superintendent as chief negotiator in the matters of BTA and CSEA contracts. We talked about conference with legal counsel regarding potential litigation, as well as real property negotiations regarding property location on the east side of Horse Creek Ranch Road. And that takes us to the approval of the current agenda. I move that we're going to, we're going to remove item number 2 from the action items, so that's 9.2. And with that, do we have a motion to approve the amended agenda?
Motion to approve.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Motion carries, bringing us to our approval of the minutes for the regular meeting of February 13. Is there a motion?
Motion to approve.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Motion carries unanimously, and that brings us to our reports, and we'll kick it off with Dr. Heather Golly, our superintendent.
Thank you, and good evening, Board of Trustees and Ms. McInerney and all student board and representatives and everybody else who's here. It is my absolute pleasure to welcome you all to the March board meeting. It's shocking that it's already March, and I wanted to start with a picture that brought me a lot of joy. It is no secret to most of you that I was an English teacher for 17 years, and I know and just have a very immense love for literature and the power of reading. And this is a picture that brings me a tremendous amount of joy. You know that Cicero said, a room without books is like a body without a soul. So it brings me incredible happiness to see the students that we have across our district embracing the love of reading. And if you think about the power of reading. If you think about the power of reading, you think about what students gain from reading. I taught Crime and Punishment and Hamlet and Pride and Prejudice and so many that you can possibly imagine. And through reading, there is such an incredible opportunity for us to really embrace our theme of belong, believe, achieve. And if you look at that learner profile and if you look at those outcomes and you think about the power of being able to read critically and how that can and really help our students live these outcomes, I think it's really important to recognize that. And I also think it's important to recognize how it helps us to really work towards our vision and our mission. And as a reminder, and I asked board members to take a look at this, I put one right in front of you. As a reminder, we have a framework for the future that we have been collectively developing and really working to implement. And I like to start with the foundation of this framework for the future so that it becomes the lens through which we are really thinking about everything that we're doing as a board and as a district. So I'd like, Nani, can you read the vision for us?
All students in Bonsall Unified School District engage in rigorous and relevant learning experiences that inspire them to be productive community members and future-ready lifelong learners.
Thank you. Eileen, how about the mission?
We empower all students to thrive in a positive, safe, and supportive environment through high-quality education focused on the whole learner.
Thank you so much. And you know that our values are service, innovation, collaboration, and integrity. We have the pleasure tonight of having quite a few presentations, and we're very excited to listen to them. And I'm going to ask that as you listen to the presentations, please reference this as your lens. So be thinking about, as you're hearing from our principals and you're hearing from some of the other people who are sharing some of the great work that's happening in our district, I'd like you to see all of this work through this lens. Is what you're hearing actually moving us forward as a district in achieving this vision and this mission? What you're hearing, is it something that is helping our students to move towards these learner outcomes? So I left it there in front of you so that you can be referencing and thinking about that, because we need to make sure that that is our North Star that's driving the work that we're doing. Now, I mentioned the power of early literacy. You saw that wonderful picture of those were Bonsall West students with their books during Read Across America Week. And I wanted to share with you, just to highlight a little bit more, because it's very near and dear to my heart, how incredibly important it is that we understand the power of early literacy. If you take a look at some of those facts there, 90% of brain development happens before age 5. That is shocking if you think about it, and how important early reading experiences would be then for learning. Students who are read to regularly have stronger language and comprehension skills. I think most of us would recognize that. Hearing books read aloud helps children develop a love for reading. If they have access to books at home, it's an incredibly powerful predictor of academic success. Things like book swaps really help to build home libraries. And this one is very important. Just 20 minutes of reading per day exposes children to 1.8 million words per year. 20 minutes a day. And children who aren't reading at grade level, and this should really be important to us, children who are not reading at grade level by 3rd grade are 4 times more likely to struggle academically. It is a huge, important marker of their future success. And we know that books open doors. And we know that it builds curiosity, creativity, and critical thinking skills that last a lifetime. And I highlight that because we did just have Read Across America. It was such a joy to walk through our classrooms, to see our students embracing the love of reading, to be exercising their mind. Reading is to the mind what exercise is to the body. We had wonderful events. I know we had community readers. I don't know if anyone saw pictures of President Anderson dressed up as Thing 3, I think. 13. I should know that. Thing 13, yes. There's a picture there of me reading to a kindergarten class, and it was such a joy and so very, very different from what I'm used to with my high school classrooms, I will tell you. They were adorable. You would start a sentence and immediately, oh, I've got a story. There were lots of stories. In the left there, that's a book swap over at Bonsall West. And to the right, this is a picture that Ms. Pato shared with me. And this was just such a beautiful example of Community Reader Day. And this was a student who was being read to, and Ms. Pato can correct me if I get the story wrong, but she was being read to in her class by this community reader, and he's a firefighter, and he was talking about his job, I believe, and sharing experiences. And she said, my attic was on fire, and he was a firefighter that lived there pretty much. Gives me the chills. It was absolutely beautiful. So she said that he was actually, he was the one who responded and supported her family. So what a beautiful, beautiful thing to bring our community into our classrooms and to have them read to our children, and to see that that connection was really wonderful. I also wanted to share, really proud of the work of our community engagement initiative, and thank you to Mr. Williams and that entire team that is really putting together some wonderful events. This was our first BUSD Family Literacy Night. Also a beautiful opportunity for our families to bring their students in, to get books, to interact with books, to have books read to them, and for our team to share the importance of reading early and the love of reading. So that made me very, very happy. as my teacher heart and my especially English teacher heart. So really appreciate that. I also want to share, and again, thinking about our lens of our framework for the future, I want to share some, I know, Mr. Costa's very, very excited about this learning walk. I don't know if you can see him back there, but we had, yes, it takes you a minute. It's like, where's Waldo? And then there he is. So as you're looking at this picture, I wanted you to see a lot of joy. I wanted you to see a lot of collaboration, innovation, integrity, our team in action. Remember, I talked about our framework for the future. We recently had the opportunity, and this is something that we had built into our LCAP, and it was kind of slow in getting started, and I'm really excited that we had our first one. But this was a learning walk that was conducted by our design team. So these were representatives from across the district, staff from all over our district, and some of our high school students. And what was wonderful is that we started the day with a learning walk at Sullivan Middle School. So we talked about what they have been doing to start to implement our learner profile and our framework for the future. And then we got to visit classrooms and walk around and observe what did we see. Then we came back and we got to debrief. And here's just a few of the pictures that we snapped. As you're walking around, I would say it was remarkable to see the learning experiences that are happening every day. Here are students in, this was a math class and in a science class, and I hope you can see students leaning in. You see the engagement. You see the students who are interacting with one another, collaborating with one another. There were clear learning targets and success criteria in the classrooms, and it was really wonderful for us to observe. And then we went back and we debriefed. It was a full day experience. And as we debriefed, we talked about what we saw, we talked about opportunities, and then we also heard from Principal James as she debriefed some of their work. Then we had the chance for every site to talk about what are they doing to implement learner profile in their, at their sites. So it was a great day. I also want to highlight, in service of our framework and in service of our learner outcomes, how important it is that we see regular recognitions throughout our sites that are honoring students for becoming those future-ready lifelong learners. Whether it be Leader in Me assemblies, Roar Awards, other types of recognitions that are happening on the daily, it's really wonderful to see these kinds of recognitions because they're encouraging our students to achieve those outcomes. And we also have opportunities for students when you're thinking about future-ready lifelong learners, things like career days. This was Career Day at Bonsall West. Early exploration of possibilities, seeing themselves as different types of careers in the future, really powerful examples of our outcomes, I would say, in action. And I want to highlight also around BUSD, I mentioned at the last board meeting that we were going to have a groundbreaking ceremony for the Bonsall Community Park. Talk about collaboration. Look at our Bonsall Bears right next to Jim Desmond with their shovels and digging right in. But it was a wonderful event, community event, and we're seeing a lot of that kind of collaboration around as we are excited about things like a park coming in. All right, something else that I wanted to just now highlight a few upcoming events and things. I want to thank Dr. Veronica Pendleton, who has really hit the ground running, starting, we recognized her last board meeting, and she's right over here. So she just got started, and she really has been diving in immediately. As you know, with March, we're already at the place where we are analyzing impact of actions that we are taking and looking to see what kinds of changes we might need to make for our local control and accountability plan. So we've put together a survey and we'll be sending that out. So everybody will need to be looking for that. We'll send it to staff and then we'll ask staff to share it with students and we'll send it to our entire community. And we're really hoping for a high response rate so that we can hear from our community and our students and our staff what is working and what do they want to see continue and what do they want to see change. Couple other great things. Our Purple Star Award is coming up, our celebration. We are, as you know, one of the few districts in San Diego County that have 100% of our schools recognized as Purple Star schools. And we will have a celebration on April 3rd. So please mark your calendars for that. Save the date. It will be at Bonsall West. We're thrilled to recognize our schools for the work they do to support military-connected students and their families. And our upcoming art show. Submissions are due March 21st, so make sure we get that word out, please. And the show is on April 30th at SMS BHS. We're very excited. And now we're at the point where we love to recognize some of the amazing things that are happening and the people that are in our organization. I'm going to call up Mr. Williams to talk about our employee recognition.
And thank you, Dr. Galway, for the privilege of sharing some employee recognitions. And good evening, President Anderson, Board of Trustees, student representatives, Ms. McInerney. I'd like to call up at this time our extended care coordinator, Shauna Reed from Bonsall West Elementary, and Celine Willett from Bonsall Elementary. Also, Janet Villarreal, before and after school program lead at Sullivan Middle, and John Norton, teacher on special assignment, who is facilitating and supporting all of the expanded learning opportunities programs, our ELOP programs in the district. Hello. Hi. All right, welcome and thank you for being. Oh, this is great. This is balanced line. You could though, but you're good. So students in TK through 8 have access to a great team of extended care employees at their sites who provide homework support and activities in the arts, sports, and they do this, all of our team, with a lot of love and care. This is a tall order, and these folks have set the structures, expectations, and routines for both employees and students in order to have a successful and thriving program. These teams are oftentimes the first people to greet the students at the beginning of the school day and the last to say goodbye. The level of importance of these first and last encounters of the day cannot be overstated. I think it's really remarkable that the leaders and also the team members, they're getting kids after they've gone through the entirety of the school day, and then the expectation is to keep them engaged as they're there for a few more hours, some of them. And I'm sure it's so comforting for parents to know that we have such a good team that's serving and supporting families at the end of the day. I also wanted to remind the governing board that students attending our extended care programs also have access to the enrichment opportunities after school, which include musical theater, STEAM, coding, language, folklorio, drumline, farming, orchestra, chess, cheerleading, and gymnastics, sports, and much, much more. BUSD knows how important these programs are in supporting working parents while providing meaningful and engaging activities for our students during their time in our programs. BUSD currently supports almost 400 students at our elementary schools and middle school. Our caring and dedicated extended care teams are led by these folks who promote respect, cooperation, personal responsibility within a caring and safe learning environment so that all students will effectively learn. Our extended care staff also supports our 30 intersessional days. These are the days when many of kids are on break, but parents still need that additional support. So kids come to our schools in order to have a place to go. That's fantastic. BUSD is very thankful for the heart and passion that drive our extended care teams every day, and we just wanted to say thank you. We have a special recognition plaque for each of the schools. I'll let you hold that way, Janet. Celine. And congratulations to you all. And if we could come right over here.
The photo line usually.
And at this time, we would like to give a community partner recognition. So I'd like to call up members of the SMS Parent Teacher Organization, Executive Director, Executive Board and the Principal of SMS, Ms. James. So Denise Dabbs, Treasurer, Megan Leon, Event Coordinator, and Tisha Tokars, Vice President, and Angie James, Principal. If you would please join me at the podium. So typically at elementary school, there tends to be more parent involvement in the classrooms and the planning of major events and activities. As students advance to the middle school and high school years, parents still remain involved, but that becomes more specialized for specific and extracurricular activities. Well, these parents and their leadership at SMS is bucking this trend by not only having parents involved in, say, the volleyball program, but also school-wide through the parent and teacher organization. This team and their colleagues have displayed a deep level of dedication and commitment to the SMS school community. Throughout the year, the SMS PTO has been a driving force behind countless initiatives that support our students and enrich our school environment. From organizing fundraisers to sponsoring school events, they consistently go above and beyond in their efforts to make our school a better place. SMS is very grateful for the sponsored activities such as staff luncheons, staff stipends for supplemental supplies, Wildcat luncheons, Teacher Appreciation Week, donut yearbook signing party, and student scholarships for events to ensure every student can participate. To quote Principal James, this fearless, because I think you have to be somewhat fearless to go on the middle school campus. I survived 1 year as a teacher at middle school, so hats off to the teachers and parents that are up there supporting. Has developed strong connections with our community partners to help sponsor and support the middle school experience. This unwavering support not only helps fund educational programs and activities, but also fosters a sense of community and partnership between our family, staff, and the administration. It is because of the dedication of this outstanding group of parents and volunteers that we are able to offer a variety of activities, updated classroom resources, and so much more. On behalf of the district, our superintendent, the SMS teachers and support staff, I would like to extend the district's deepest gratitude to the PTO for their hard work, passion, and commitment to making Sullivan Middle School a better place for our students. Thank you so much. We appreciate it.
And we have one more recognition, and this is for a really outstanding student group. I would like to ask if Mrs. Margaret Armijo and the entire mock trial team, whoever's here, come on up, please. And as they're getting something set up, I'm going to share a little bit about our mock trial. For our BUSD team recognition, I'm so excited to be able to recognize this outstanding group. Our mock trial has once again represented Bonsall with distinction, proving that our small school can achieve remarkable success in the courtroom. As you can see, they're setting up for a little demo, so this is very exciting. While they do that, to give you a bit of background, each year the team receives, oh, we got it, good. Each year the team receives a case packet in the early fall with all the details for a criminal case. The students are divided into two teams, one for prosecution and one for defense. They work diligently after school to memorize the facts of the case and to craft their testimony and legal arguments. This year, our team competed against 39 other schools with approximately 800 students from across San Diego County. And despite Bonsall High's enrollment of just over about 340 students, our team secured notable victories, including their defense team winning round 3 of the competition. Several team members received distinguished individual honors. Senior Zahava Botnovic was one of only 2 students in the entire competition. Where's Zahava? Yes, one of only 2 students in the entire competition named Outstanding Bailiff. Jolie Kennedy, who is right, come on up, was recognized as an outstanding witness for the prosecution for her compelling portrayal of an expert forensic witness. Jason Martinez was honored as an outstanding defense attorney. Additionally, our students were selected as MVPs for each round by the opposing teams. I think Jason Martinez for rounds 1 and 3 as defense attorney, Vivian Arroyo Ramirez for round 2 as prosecution attorney, and Jaylene Zolo for round 4 as a prosecution witness portraying a law enforcement officer. Mrs. Armijo, did I get that right? Okay. Under the guidance of our wonderful BHS English and government teacher, Mrs. Armijo, who is herself a former attorney. We are so fortunate to have a former attorney guiding this team. These students have developed impressive advocacy skills, legal knowledge, and courtroom confidence. The mock trial program has become a place where students build friendships and develop highly valued transferable skills for their future careers, including public speaking, logic, reasoning, and legal literacy. So first, please join me in congratulating the Bonsall High School mock trial team on their outstanding achievements and for representing our district with such distinction. And now we have a little demo. And I don't know if there's an introduction. Yes? Okay.
Thank you so much for all the kind words. First of all, I thank you for all that you do that enables us to do this. We don't do this by ourselves. We have 2 attorneys who selflessly donate a lot of hours out of their busy schedules. Jerica Phillips, who is with the, she works for the prosecution for the city, and Brianna Carey, who works as a public defender for the County of San Diego. And they, it's so awesome because they donate so much time to working with students. I also have to say that we get a lot of support from the mock trial committee itself. They give us, each year we've requested a grant, and each year they have given us a grant of $400 for the registration fee we would otherwise have to pay, and $2,000 for the bus that takes us back and forth from downtown, which is an awesome help. So a little bit about what you're about to see, a quick demo. We had one of the outstanding expert witnesses this year, Jolie Kennedy, and we are going to reprise her role with our prosecution attorney doing direct examination and our defense attorney doing cross-examination. And we'll give you a little taste of the courtroom. And the case itself was a kidnapping case. And what you will hear was some of the issues were about whether the person being kidnapped claimed they had been hooded, so they couldn't identify their kidnapper. They claimed that they had been given 2 doses of a drug that knocked them out. And so we have a toxicologist here to explain what her take on this is.
All rise. Superior Court of the State of California, County of San Diego, Department 2202 is now in session. Judge Martinez, please be seated and come to order.
Dr. Ray Forrest to the stand.
Raise your right hand. You solemnly affirm that the testimony you're about to give will faithfully and truthfully conform to the facts and rules and mock trial composition. Please take a seat. Spell your first name and your last name for the court. Dr. Ray Forrest, F-O-R-R-E-S.
Good evening, Dr. Forrest.
Good evening.
What is your occupation?
I'm the chief forensic investigator for Rowan County, which I'm a
How long have you been chief forensic investigator?
for about 5 years.
Can you tell me about your medical background?
I obtained a medical degree from UC Davis and subsequently completed a 6-year residency to obtain my license.
On November 11th, 2023, at approximately 4:45 p.m., did you have contact with Alexander?
Yes. Not doctor, Mr. Riley Kim asked me to do an examination into, for example, the victim.
What did you find in their blood sample?
I found approximately 37.5 milligrams of doxylamine per milliliter in their blood.
What is doxylamine?
Doxylamine is a sleep aid that is commonly found in cough syrup and
Dr. Forrest, would you show me People's Exhibit C? Do you recognize this?
Yes, this is the toxicology report I took of Mr. Alexander.
Is this a fair and accurate representation of the toxicology report? Your Honor, I ask that Exhibit C be moved into evidence.
No, Your Honor.
Is it possible for doxylamine to alter Alexander's memory?
It's possible, however, it's very unlikely.
Okay, you can put it down. Thank you. Is it possible that Alexander's toxicology reports could indicate 2 doses of doxylamine?
It's very likely because the high concentration of doxylamine is necessary.
In your opinion, how large was Alexander's first dose?
I would say it was around 17.5 milligrams.
How long would this have knocked Alexander out?
For the better part of 6 hours, all the doxylamine treatment.
How long would the second dose have put Alexander to sleep?
Probably for about 6 hours.
In your expert opinion, is the amount of the drug found in Alexander's system consistent with Alexander's recollection of that day?
Yes.
Did you physically examine Alexander?
Yes.
What did you find when you examined them?
I found 3/8 of an inch wide ligature marks on the wrist.
Dr. Forrest, would you show us the People's Exhibit D? Do you recognize this?
Yes. This is the rope I found in 1335 Lakeside Drive.
And what was the diameter of the rope?
3/8 of an inch wide.
Is this a fair and accurate representation of the rope?
Yes.
Your Honor, I ask that Exhibit D be admitted into evidence.
No, Your Honor.
You can put it down, thank you. Dr. Forrest, in your expert opinion, could these ropes have caused the marks on Alexander's wrists?
Yes.
Do you believe that Alexander could have gotten themselves out of a slip knot made from these ropes?
Yes, but it would have taken extremely nicely.
Dr. Forrest, did you inspect the tire tracks found at 1335 Lakeside Drive?
Yes.
Did you find any similarities between these tire tracks and the wheels of Gold's vehicle?
I found significant similarities. There was the tread depth was, they were both 5/32 of an inch, and on Gold's vehicle and the vehicle tracks found on 1335 Lakeside Drive, as well as the fact that there was a pebble lodged in Gold's right front tire, which matched what was found at 1335 Lakeside Drive.
Is it likely that another vehicle in Emerald Bend could have caused this impression?
It's very unlikely due to how rural the roads are there. It's very unlikely.
In your opinion, did the tire tracks at 1335 Lakeside Drive match those of Gold's vehicle?
Yes. Most certainly.
No further questions, Your Honor.
Is it true that doxylamine can cause hallucinations? And can you be sure that there were 2 doses of doxylamine at all? I'm very sure. You found ligature marks from the rope around Alexander's wrists, correct? Correct. And you didn't find any on their legs or ankles, correct? Correct. And is it possible for someone in Alexander's position to untie themselves? But it is possible, correct? And you're aware that many of the fire roads on Emerald Bend are unpaved, correct? So it's safe to assume that many of the pebbles getting caught in people's tires is a common occurrence there.
Yes, but not in that perfectly of a position that it would have matched exactly.
But you believe that the imprint of a single pebble found at 1335 Lakeside Drive is so unique that it only could have been made by Logan Gold's car?
That and the 5/32 of an inch tread depth that matches both tire tracks.
Well, you read Dr. Cody Palmer's analysis of the tire tread depth where he disagreed with your findings, correct?
Correct, and I disagree with him.
Well, as an expert, would you also agree that it's very important to take proper measurements in a case like this?
Yes.
So, would you also agree that if your measurements are incorrect, your opinion that it was Gold's car would also be incorrect?
Yes.
No further questions, Your Honor.
Does the prosecution have any regret?
Yes, Your Honor.
Dr. Forrest, what kind of forensic analysis do you specialize in?
Because of the wide demographics of our office, our team specializes in multifaceted amount of forensic investigation.
With so many different specialties, how do you ensure your knowledge is as comprehensive as possible?
We take supplementary training courses to stay up to date.
No further questions, Your Honor. May this witness be excused.
All rise. The court is now dismissed.
Thank you so much. I don't know who convinced me. I'm not sure. I would love to have all of you up here in the front for a picture. And then after this, if we can just we'll have a quick recess and you can hopefully have a few words with the board. But yes, please come over here, quick picture. An excellent job. Such a wonderful representation of our students. Yes, come on over here. Thank you so much. We'll have, I know, a brief recess, so you might want to just make sure that the board can congratulate you. And we've heard so much about them, we finally got to have a little demo of what they do. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Ghali. And as mentioned, we will break for a short recess. It's 6:45 right now. We'll reconvene in 5 minutes. All right, we're going to resume our meeting. Thank you, everybody who's still remaining in the audience. It was really special to have all those recognitions. Really appreciate our extended care providers as well as our parent teachers, our PTO over at Sullivan, as well as all of our parents that help out throughout the district all year long, as well as the mock trial. That was really amazing to see our students in action. What a wonderful representation for Bonsall High School. So that was a great way to kick off the first part of the meeting. That brings us now to our group reports. I understand that we have at least one of our parent teacher organizations. We have Bonsall Education Foundation, correct? Ms. Leong, your microphone is for you.
Right. Thank you so much. I'm very happy to be here. I have owed the board a report for several months now, and I'm finally here. First, BEF wanted to thank you all very much for your continued support and your partnership. We had our own presentation in December, as you'll remember, and we're extremely pleased with your help in creating the BEF video that we have, and that was previewed here in December, and we have put that out on our newly revamped Instagram page as well. So the goal of that video is not only to inform the community about what BEF does, but we're hopefully, enticing some new people to join us. And there are 4 officers who make BEF function, and 2 of us will be leaving in June. And so we will not be able to operate as we do without getting some more people on board. And officers can be parents, community members, students, teachers, staff. We administer the foundation, and we only help out at events if we really choose to do so. We meet 8 times a year, and we make the occasional school board presentation. The truth is, if we don't have a treasurer and a secretary, we won't be able to continue. And what's crazy is that we are growing our programs right now and positively impacting more students than we ever have before. For example, Vivian Banks Charter Council is running their program now through BEF. Hope for the Holidays, which ran its first gently used and new toy drive this past holiday season for our families in need, is partnering with BEF as well. And we're excited to welcome Juliana Hesselgesser and Crystal Gerton as new directors for that program. Our agenda is a very simple one. It's to serve the students and staff of the Bonsall Unified School District, plain and simple, with no other agendas. If you know of anyone you think would be a good match for us, or if anyone here is interested, please reach out to me or email info@bonsallschools.org. We'd love to have you. Anyway, for the rest of the report, I'm going to just be talking about 3 upcoming events that we have. And the first one is our Bonsall High School Theater showcase. And it's going to be a showcase of talents, which will be held here at the Bonsall Community Center on Friday, March 21st. For $15 for general admission, $10 for students, staff, seniors, military, and first responders. And the price includes a piece of pizza and a drink. And this showcase will help raise funds for the musical Ride the Cyclone, which will be on Thursday, Friday, Saturday, May 15th, 16th, and 17th. Musicals are very expensive to put on. The licensing fees cost a lot of money, so that is why we're doing the showcase, and we hope you can attend. Tickets for that will be on tickets for Ride the Cyclone will be on our website soon, but please come to the showcase and watch some of our amazing students, including some more mock trial kids, is from what I've heard, correct? Okay, the next event, yes, is our 2nd annual Bonsall Athletics Golf Classic, which is going to be Saturday, May 10th at 1 p.m. at the Golf Club of California to benefit the athletic programs at Sullivan Middle School and Bonsall High School. This is set up as a 4-person scramble. The cost will be $150 per person, $600 per team. There will be a staff discount. and you will be hearing more information about that now for any staff members who are interested. Entries include green fees, cart, range access, and a box lunch. Post-round will include no-host cocktails, ice cream bars, winner announcements, and exciting prizes. And we have a trophy that we are going to use this year, and we just want to know who will put their names on that trophy. I'm excited to say that Jen Ariano has donated a beautiful vintage bronze trophy that her dearly departed father won, and we are refashioning it so it can live on. So we're very excited about that event. It's going to be amazing. Please come. Again, bonsallschools.org, and just below that you'll see there's a register button. Oh yeah. Can you click on the register here? Thank you. If you go down again, can you click on the sponsor us? So we've got register for the event, or you can sponsor us. We've got tournament sponsor, cart and tee box sponsor, and the tee box sponsor for various amounts of money. If you have a friend or a business interested in promoting what they do, tell them about it also. Thank you so much. All right. And lastly, we're already up and running, if you go back to the next one, for our 4th annual Bonsall High School Car Show, which is going to be on Saturday, October 25th. We're getting a very early start on this. This is benefiting our College and Career Center. We're having another meeting on it tomorrow. We're finalizing our sponsorship and donation letter there. We had 100 cars last year here at Bonsall Elementary, and we were so grateful that Bonsall Elementary let us hold the event here. It worked out a lot better not to have to pay for toilets, and that took a big chunk out of our profits. So thank you, BES. Last year we had 100 cars, and we are hoping to have 125 to 150 this year. And more on that to come. And I'm done with BEF if I can go to Ping. All right. Okay, Ping, our parent group at the high school. Typically at our parent meetings, we get reports from Mr. Smuts about everything happening at BHS, from Ms. Ariano, who talks about her district role and what's happening there, and theater news. We hear from Ms. Barker about information with the College and Career Program, and Mr. Robinson talks about ASB. And we always, it's always great, and we're always trying to, of course, get more parents to attend the high school meetings too. That is challenging. And at this last meeting, we received an informative briefing of the WASC process that is beginning at Bonsall High School from Ms. Hoden. And the parents that are active are interested in playing their part when the time comes. We will be hosting a luncheon for teacher appreciation on May 8th, which is the day after the WASC process ends. So we hope to let our staff know how amazing they are. And then our next and last meeting of the year is going to be May 28th. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Leung. And of course, our staff is amazing, but you are amazing too. You've been an absolute asset to this district for a very long time. Thank you. Are there any other parent organizations in the audience that I don't see? Any of the PTAs? Anybody else? Okay, that'll take us then to our labor reports. Ms. Ariano for BTA.
Good evening. Good evening, Ms. McInerney, Dr. Golly, and esteemed trustees. I want the mic just right. Okay. So there's so many great things. I really enjoy my day job, being your communications person and publicity maven, because there's just so much happening that's positive, and we're moving forward and we're growing. And I started this as a teacher. I'm still a teacher. And I sent my son here. I moved here because of Bonsall schools. I particularly picked a house that was in the Bonsall School District because I knew how dedicated the educators were. And that remains the case. We have a very unique group of teachers who are just in it to win it for the kids. And we also have a very collaborative relationship with the admin and with our board of trustees. And it's, just happy, magical place. But it's not as good as it can be or will be, okay? And I hate to be like the raindrop on this, wonderful evening of celebration, but I was really inspired by our mission statement and innovation and collaboration. That's what we're trying to, that is what we're trying to instill in everything we do. And we have a problem. It's not uniquely Bonsall's problem. I want to make that really clear, especially to Ms. Adams and her special ed team. All across, I go to these statewide meetings and nationwide teacher meetings, and it's all the same. There's something happening in our early primary grades right now. It's taxing on everyone from TK to secondary primarily. Maybe it's a result of COVID. Maybe it's a result of sending 4-year-olds to school. I don't know. But it's here and it's everywhere. It's not unique here. We're not doing anything wrong. But I think we are dedicated to being innovators and collaborating. And I think we can do more. So I have heard from so many of our teachers at all 3 elementary sites about how they need so much support. And I know from our dedicated principals, they're giving everything they can. So how do we solve this problem? We have to look at innovation. We have to think outside the box. We have to come up with some ideas together. And one thing, I had no idea, I was shocked. When I was teaching, we would have IEP days, maybe once a quarter, we'd have a whole day. It was a big pain, you had to get sub-plans, it was like a mess. At Bonsall Elementary, they're having 2 or 3 full days a week. And that's how it's gonna go until the end of the year. With everything that's going on, we can't have our admin. I mean, you guys pay them the big bucks for good reason. We need them. We need them when we need them to come, when we need their advice, when we need their support. I mean, every admin has been a principal. They know how valuable that role is. And if you're tied up in meetings and can't be with your staff and your teachers, that's a problem. So I want us to be innovative and collaborative, and I want to get a list of every single human in our district that has an admin credential. I don't care if they're a teacher or a counselor or anyone else, because until the end of the year, we need an all-hands-on-deck strategy for those meetings because our admin are needed in the classrooms to support those teachers. And this needs to happen like immediately. Also, another idea would be, we are now, in the stage that we have to sometimes hire out for things. What about some old retired admin? We have gone through a few at this district. Do we still have their numbers? Maybe they're just sitting on the couch a little bit bored and they could come on down for a day of IEP. We'll take them. Let's go, okay? But this is something I really want you guys to push for right at the top of the list because it's not going to end and we still have several months of school and we need some relief. So thank you for listening. And now let's go back to our previously scheduled sunshine and joy.
I'm thinking that it would be very interesting to create a, like we have those retired police folk that do a lot of duties, to help support the police departments. I'm not sure if we can do that in education, but it's a great idea. Thank you for that. Is there anybody here from CSCA? Okay, that will bring us to our management reports. And we're looking at our secondary sites today, and we're going to be kicking off with Sullivan. So Miss Angie James.
Okay. Good evening, board. Good evening, Superintendent Dr. Golly. Good evening, Mrs. McInerney. So I've got this front screen here, are the pictures. We're doing some amazing and exciting things at Sullivan Middle. So I wanted to start out with some of my favorite pictures that I feel capture the Sullivan Middle School experience and what it means to be a Wildcat. We celebrate our amazing counselor this past couple months. Actually, for 1 week we celebrated. Thank you to Dr. Golly. She came up and was partaking in some of our events, but we celebrated her all week and surprised her with some of her favorite Swedish fish. But we also had students wrote little notes on hearts and scattered them all over her office with glitter that she absolutely loves, not really, that she's still cleaning up. So just in celebration of her, because she does do so much for our students and our staff. In supporting, she pushes into classrooms. Not only is she giving social emotional support, but she's giving our college, pushing in to do college lessons. I also want to highlight over here on the left, we've got currently, we are hosting 6 student teachers this semester, along with some speech and language pathologist interns, 2 college students from the collaborative K-12 that are pushing in, and I'll talk more about our math intervention classes that are helping out with that. And we also have another student who will be completing fieldwork hours. So I'm proud to say that Sullivan has become a model school of continued learning, and some of the colleges have reached out for us to support those students, and everyone benefits in there. The upper right-hand corner, you'll see one of the pictures from our 3 college field trips for all of our Wildcats that participated in this year. Our 8th grade goes to UC San Diego. We have our 7th grade that goes to San Diego State, and then we have our 6th grade that goes to San Marcos. We invite parents to go with us, and when I debrief the parents, I don't know if they had more fun or the kids did, but they all have a really good time, and it just adds to the college and career that we're starting off early, and it complements the lessons that we are providing for in our classrooms. Also at the very bottom, if you can see, we SMS and BHFs have had the fortunate opportunity to have Dr. Eric Tipikonik on our campus painting our mural. I know that Mr. Smuts is going to be having he's going to talk more about this and explain it. But this was a great opportunity that I took to have our 8th grade classes to actually talk to Dr. Tipikonik, who's a professor at Cal State San Marcos. And he was able to give a mini lesson to all of our 8th grade students about the Native American history and what our mural represents. So I was super excited to take that opportunity, and I asked him, he's like, bring him on over. So really partnership with him, and it was pretty amazing. All right, so when we talk about belong, believe, and achieve, I wanted to start out with this slide and our students. As you can look, I have some information from our past state test about all of our students and our multi-language learners. So, and we're looking at how we can support them in and outside of our classroom, because we know that more connections, if they make more connections to school, they're going to do better. They feel supported. So if you take a look, we have 55.6% of our ELD students that are making progress. And then we look at our long-term English learners, and we have 32 students. They're 152 points below standard. It's still above state, which is really not saying much. So we know that we need some work and focus. So Sullivan really banded together, and we had Mr. Mencius, who's one of our teachers, that did give a professional development to our staff, and along with Olivia Haro for the district, and really what interventions can we do inside the classroom and outside. So every teacher has picked a student, and we are currently mentoring them, meeting with them once a week, going over grades, any social emotional needs that are there, but what can we do to actually support and really support these students, not just academically, but again, the social emotional needs of these students. Working with parents, encouraging our students to reach out to teachers, because many of the barriers that we found with our long-term is they might have passed the LCAP. The LPAC. They might have done well in the state test, but maybe it's just the current grades. So really being an advocate for themselves that we found was one of the biggest barriers they had. So having a mentor provides that support for them on campus. So that's what we're currently doing with that. So I'm hoping to give you more of an update when I come back in May, and we'll have some pictures and celebrations of them, because we are doing the parents kind of like a potluck celebration and bringing our parents in together just to celebrate all of our students. I gave a parent survey. So when we say we belong in parents, I sent out a parent needs survey for Parent University. What topics could we do to incorporate and really bring our parents along, and what do they see the needs at our school? So this is just some of the questions that I had, and I have to tell you, I sent it out quite a few times. I'm actually going to put it, I told them, I told all the parents I put it in the Wildcat Weekly, so I will have a summary. If you want to take a look at that with more like really pretty graphs, I'll have in there. But I just highlighted a few things here that I reached out to, but you can see that I had one of the highest percentages of parents actually take the survey, which I was pretty excited about. So what type of support or resources do you need to help your child to be academically successful? So if you can see the top three here, tutoring, academic planning, counseling. What are parents wanting more information about? Aries, college and career was third, and assistance with homework. And then what could Sullivan do to encourage more meaningful parent-teacher collaborations? They want conferences and discussions with teachers, communications about grades and update on Aries more consistently. So we talked about every 2 weeks, just making sure teachers are updating, and offering meetings at different times. So we currently have some of our meetings during the day, but maybe offering evening ones. Some of the parents even said, hey, can we have some webinars? So I can get on there, we can give some webinars. What type of school activities would you like to be more involved in? Volunteer opportunities. They love lunch on the lawns. We are currently doing it every month, and this Friday we can't do it. It's going to be too squishy. So I have been asked multiple times if we could reschedule it. So we do have it coming up next week. Extracurriculars activities, and they do love back to school night. This year we had 500 parents attending, and it was, I think, 103 degrees. So with that, it was still pretty good. And then what would you like to have more information about? So again, academic supports, resources for managing stress and anxiety. So I do have Ms. Gressbrink now working on some lessons and some information articles that we can put on our website and have that readily available for parents all the time, but also making like a counseling corner to update information to help parents. And then parenting workshops. That was our top three. And then 4 is we belong. You can see here, and I'm not going to read all of them, but I just highlighted some things. I said, what can Sullivan do? What are we doing well, and what should we continue? So they've mentioned a lot of our efforts, the music program we have, creating more opportunities for students and parents. One put life is short, memories need to be made, and in the process, learning happens. But my favorite is at the bottom, and I think this parent nailed it. I'd like to shout out to the teachers at SMS, keeping up the amazing work that you all have done this year. It is not unnoticed. Thank you all for your time, patience, and understanding of my daughter, as well as the rest of the student body. Go Wildcats. So with that, like I said, this is just a few. I had 4 more pages of this that I'm going to gather. I will also put on Wildcat Weekly and share with our staff, but everybody reminding that yes, we're all, and not just Sullivan, but we're all doing the good work. And then I wanted to highlight, I know last time I was here, we talked about the math intervention, but truly the reason we're focusing on the math intervention, you can see that we're in the orange, 45.2% below standard, which is still above state, but there's a lot of room to improve. So what we've done is we've been able to pull students, and it's based on their current benchmark. You can see the topics. I just put those on there so you can see what we've been focusing on. So we do common formative assessments. We take a look at how well they have done or have not done, and we're able to pull those students in once a week. And this is where those other tutors come into place. So I have 2 to 3 adults in that class working with these students, 6th, 7th, and 8th grade once a week. We've done first round. We are now into the second round of this. This time we'll be giving a post-test for this to get the results. And then lastly, we had our GPA awards to celebrate, and we had, as far as overall, 68% of students are meeting or exceeding 3.0. And we had 52% of 6th grade, 7th grade 71%, and 63% of our 8th grade. And lastly, this is just upcoming events that we have. Again, our amazing PTO. We couldn't be doing a lot of the things that we have. They're really bringing the heart and soul to here at Sullivan and help us celebrate. But just some of the things we have. Friday is Pie Day, so I have volunteered along with Mr. Prechtel. We're going to get pied by the kids who can tell us all the numbers of pie, or as many as they can remember. Last year they got up to 100. So it's a little game we're going to be playing at lunch. And then we also have, as far as moving forward, I am excited to say that we do have our very own Emma Schaefer. She did speak at last year's Purple Star. We've been asked to represent Bonsall Unified and Sullivan at the San Diego County event for the Purple Star event that's happening down at SeaWorld. So she is going to be speaking, and when they told her it was 350 people, she got a little nervous. She said, "You got this, you can do this." So she's going to be a great representative, not just for Sullivan, but for Bonsall Unified School District. So very happy. I'll have some of those pictures here in May as well. So thank you very much.
Thank you. And now we have Bonsall High School, Principal Smuts.
Good evening, board members, Superintendent Gawley, Ms. Gina, and the community. It's my honor to present an update on Bonsall High School this evening. A lot has happened since my last report, and I'm excited to highlight the incredible achievements of our students and continued success of our early college program, and the many ways our students are excelling, both inside and outside the classroom. Bonsall High School is always full of activity. Since my last presentation, we've had a number of exciting events that showcase the strength of our school community. I won't go through the entire list, but we've been busy. One highlight I do want to share is our Native American mural project that Ms. James mentioned. You can see it here in its earlier stages in this image. This project has been an incredible experience for our students, allowing them to connect with history, culture, and artistic expression. The mural has progressed beautifully, and we're looking forward to its official unveiling in April. It has been a truly collaborative effort between students, staff, and artists, and it will serve as a lasting symbol of our school's commitment to inclusivity and cultural awareness. We've already heard from our amazing mock trial team. I wanted to take a moment and just talk a bit about our debate team. And you'll probably recognize some people in the photos there because our students tend to participate in many of our activities. Our debate team continues to shine, proving that our students can compete with the best in the region. Matthew Such advanced to the third round of the Lions Club speech competition at the Oceanside Library. Not only did he excel in each round, but he also earned prize money for every successive win along the way. 4 of our dedicated team members that you see in the photo on the right, Amari Jones, Chrislyn Pollard, Callie Morris, and Jolie Kennedy, competed against 245 students from 22 schools at a recent tournament. Jolie Kennedy made it to the finals in dramatic interpretation and will be receiving a medal at this Saturday's award ceremony. We are especially excited to find out in Saturday's ceremony if Jolie advances to the state championship, which would make her the first ever Legionnaire to qualify for state and debate. The dedication, preparation, and confidence our students have shown in these competitions are truly inspiring. Their success speaks to their critical thinking skills, resilience, and ability to perform under pressure, all essential skills that will serve them well in their future careers and education. Last time I was here, I presented information on our STAR testing and some of our academic information. I wanted to share some of our data from early college. And I know Ms. Barker has a lot of data when it comes to early college, and she shared, but I just wanted to highlight a couple of things that I note kind of from my perspective in our program. One of the most impactful programs at Bonsall High School is our early college program, which continues to expand and provide remarkable opportunities for students. This program allows our students to earn college credits while still in high school, preparing them for academic success and career readiness. Over the past 3 years, we've seen tremendous growth. And I think if we continue this trend for the next 3 years, we're going to have more students in early college than we do actually at the high school. 81 students enrolled in 118 college courses this past fall. A total of 391 college credits were earned, our highest yet. More students are taking advantage of the program every year, and we are committed to expanding access even further. This program is more than just earning credits. It instills a college-going mindset, builds confidence, and exposes students to college-level expectations before they even leave high school. It's an invaluable resource for our students, allowing them to get ahead and reduce the financial burden of higher education. One of the most impressive aspects of our early college program is the wide variety of courses available to our students. Through this program, students have access to both general education courses and career-focused pathways, allowing them to explore their interests and passions while earning valuable credits. As you can see, that's quite a list, and that's just the classes from spring, our current semester. No, I'm not going to read the entire list to you. This diverse set of courses ensures that students are exposed to real-world career pathways while also working toward college transfer credits. Whether they plan to attend a four-year university, community college, or enter the workforce, this program provides them with a strong foundation for success. The impact of the program is life-changing, and our students are reaching incredible milestones even before graduating high school. Over 60% of our graduating seniors this year will walk across the stage with college credit already on their Palomar College transcripts. 21 students will be participating in Palomar College's commencement ceremony, where they will earn certificates of achievement before they even receive their high school diploma. And those certificates break down as such. The Associate Teacher Certificate, we have 3 juniors and 9 seniors that will be receiving that this spring. And the Graphic Design 1 certificate, we have 2 sophomores, 3 juniors, and 4 seniors who will be receiving those certificates as well. These certificates give our students real-world credentials, setting them up for immediate employment opportunities while also preparing them for higher education. For many of these students, this program represents a life-changing opportunity, one that opens doors and removes barriers to success. Moving on, as we approach the final quarter of the school year, we are excited to celebrate the class of 2025. We have Grad Bash, Senior Awards Night, Graduation Week events, and of course graduation itself, coming up in the not-so-distant future. Seniors are also working hard to finish strong academically. In my last presentation, I talked about our valedictory circle and the students who collectively had earned that. Tonight, I'd like to share with this group what's already been shared with our school community. Our salutatorian is Matthew Such with a 4.38 cumulative GPA through high school. And our valedictorian is Nani Usua with a 4.48 cumulative GPA. Impressive. Very impressive. These students have demonstrated exceptional academic achievement, and we're thrilled to celebrate them as they move on to the next chapter of their journeys. This is a special time for our seniors. We are committed to making sure that they finish their high school career strong and celebrated. As we move into the final stretch of the school year, we have many exciting events ahead. I'll skip listing them all, but we have a lot to look forward to. I look forward to sharing more achievements and celebrating our end-of-year successes in my next report. Thank you for your time and support.
Thank you, Mr. Smuts. And now we have Bonsall Virtual Academy. Ms. Calabrese.
All right. Good evening, esteemed board, and of course, Dr. Ghali, superintendent, and our wonderful audience. I have to say before I get started, it makes my heart very warm to know that Matthew Such, the valedictorian, was a Bonsall West student. Zahava Botvinnik, who is up here, Bonsall West student. And then Jolie Kennedy is a BBA student. So, and then Shauna being up there, amazing. So my heart's very nice and warm right now. But I also have a lot of wonderful things to share about what's been going on at Bonsall Virtual Academy. We have welcomed 9 new students since the end of January. So we continue to grow. We have currently served now 70 students this year, which is far more than last year. We ended at 55. And a lot of amazing celebration photos that are on this slide right here. We got a couple of welcome new photos to some families. We've had a lot of art days with Carissa. Carissa is one of our amazing ATP aides, who also, we like to do a lot of partnering with our students in the ATP program, so they get a lot of mainstream opportunities with our gen ed peers, with their gen ed peers. and we get to do a lot of combinations. And so some of those photos up there, you see some of our wonderful students as they do some coffee filter art. We had a Valentine's Day celebration, and you see down in the bottom right-hand corner, it's a Valentine's Day party celebration. But in the top right-hand corner, that was a career day that was just this week. And at our career day, we had 4 speakers this year. That's the most we've had so far. We had a welder who attended Palomar College in the welding program. We had a mechanic who works for Escondido in the bus garage. We had a photographer who works for Canon Cameras, my husband. And then I knew him just a little bit, but I did learn new things about him too. I was like, what? I had no idea. You never shared that with me. And then we also had an indexer. But what was really cool about our career day was we also welcomed in our ATP students. And I have to say, such a celebration. One of our students who typically can't handle being in new settings remained for 2 of the presentations and did so amazing. I was so proud of him. And it was adorable because I said, oh my gosh, I'm so proud of you, right? And he said, so proud, right? And I said, yes. So again, my heart was very warm that day. And also, I learned that my husband met the gentleman who filmed Batman on a Canon camera. I'm like, what? You never said it? You never thought that was relevant? Anyways, that was a pretty cool fact for the kids. They love that. So some highlights. We did a survey. And surveys are interesting because it's really hard to get families sometimes to complete surveys. And so we've had 30 out of our 59 students represented in this survey, but the overall connectivity that was reported was 89% connectivity. So the questions were very simple and short. There was only about 6 questions, and a lot of overall parent satisfaction noted. Parents love the convenience of the program. They love the ease and the flexibility. They really love FlexPoint. Thank you, Mr. Gaddis, for the tip for Florida Virtual School. They love that their children have the opportunity to structure their time and really learn time management. And they really love the communication. There's a lot of communication because it's a smaller program. There's a lot of personalized, individualized attention for every single student. And so it's been wonderful to see that the parents are also noticing that too. So some of the connectivity questions, the responses was that they felt that we were awesome, always nice to hear, but they felt that there was a great way of communicating. And so when we're trying to find a way for families to feel like they belong, we are that little one-room schoolhouse. I know I've mentioned that before, and I feel like it's really relevant since we have the little one-room schoolhouse at the top of the hill. But that's how this program is operated, right? Families are able to come in and get that support, that personalized, individualized support. I've been in education since my 36th year. I've never seen one-on-one support on the daily with a teacher whenever parents need that time. And that's incredible. And what our teachers note is what a blessing it is to be able to really get to know their students. We know exactly what's connecting them, what they're excited about, what they want to learn about. And we can really personalize their instruction for them. And it's showing in the survey data as well. They really love the weekly updates. I say that I'm kind of like a low-level mag, just because I want to make sure that the kids are successful. And we do have a little bit of success points that I'm going to be sharing in a second. They also enjoy that, they have that opportunity to socialize with other parents. So when we have our field trips, when we have our career days, yesterday or the other day, we had career day, we actually had a grandmother that stayed and joined her 2 grandchildren that happened to be in the program. And it's just a really special, warm feeling that you get when you walk in the door. Additional positive comments. I know Ms. James mentioned this. It's hard to not share the wonderful things because you read these things and you're like, oh, wow, that makes me feel so good, right? But also, I was really hoping they would give me things to improve on because we want to make sure that this program is really meeting the needs of everybody. And for some families, they really want more opportunities for in-person opportunities with field trips and art days and things like that. And then just different ways that we can try to help those working families too, because not everybody gets an opportunity to come in person and work. Attendance for in-person data. So we started tracking this in October. We've provided now over 1,000 hours of in-person support, 240 hours of small group support, and 120 of one-on-one support. So in that, we're able to really personalize that data and that time for the kids to make sure that we're working on each individual lesson, each individual subject. And what we're finding is obviously that's having and impact on their overall progress, right? So a couple of success stories. We have a couple of seniors, 10 total this year, 3 that are in valedictory circle, which is exciting. But out of those 10, not everybody was credit ready, meaning they weren't ready to graduate this year. And it was going to be a long road for them. One of our students at Christmas wanted to drop out. He said, hey, what's the GED program? Can you tell me about that? I'm like, hey, buddy, how about we just hang on just a little bit longer? What if I extend the window for you a little bit? That gentleman's going to be walking across that stage in June because he decided to stick with it. We gave him a little bit of extra time on his classes, and he's going to do it. So it's those types of flexible opportunities for kids, and we're seeing that success. For some of our students, they've not found a place where they belong, and for some, they belong at home. It's unconventional. It's not something that would work for me personally, but our kids, I'm so impressed with them. One of our students is carrying 11 classes right now. Typical load is 6, and he's passing all his classes right now. So a lot of success that we're finding. In the top right-hand corner, you see we're making oobleck. This was for Dr. Seuss Read Across America Week. We made green eggs and ham, and we made oobleck. Oobleck was very popular with the kids. I don't know if they liked making the oobleck or they really liked the song Oobleck Sensation. Don't know if you've heard of it. It's sung to the tune of Don't Stop Believin', and it was sung by yours truly, yes. It's the directions on how to make oobleck, and yes, I did sing it and record it. So if you want to see it, along with some of the rap books that I did, it's a little bit fun. The kids could not get over that was me. They're like, I'm a terrible singer too. Bottom right-hand corner, we got some kids going to the farm. Our kids in elementary school get to come every Friday. They get to go to music, dance, library, and farm, and they love it. And that middle picture, that was the Fleet Science Museum. We had so much fun. I think one of the most fun that they had with the hundreds of hands-on science activities that they did was watching Miss Bruninger go in the ball pit and just burying her with balls. They thought that was hilarious. So overall, I shared this already, but we've served 70 students this far. We have 60 students currently in our program. We've generated over $643,000 in ADA in the program this year. That's just a general estimate based on what the per student ratio is. Next year, we already have 48 students who are planning to return and have reached out to enroll. If you recall, 33 students started at the beginning of this year. Previous year was 13. So if you do the math, the percentages were going up. So what's exciting about that number, even though it's a low number for the other schools, starting at that point, Christmas time is usually when we start to ramp up. So we're hoping that maybe next year we'll get up to 75 or 80. So estimated profit for the program, obviously you have to pay the teachers, you have to pay for the program, a little over $300,000. Next year our plan is for additional intervention, obviously having Flex Point at both the high school campus and our campus. That way it makes for easier fluidity with the programs. That way if students are coming in from high school, we have an easier start point for the kids. And that's just a current ratio as far as full-time teacher and administrator. ATP program, this is not something that I've talked about before, and I just wanted to highlight this. Mr. Kevin Quinn and his amazing staff, Miss A and her Santa, incredible the work that they're doing. So they're working on obviously on academic goals, but they're also working on some functional and behavioral goals. So they're really trying to help those students be ready for school, right, or post-school, post-graduation. They're working on expressive and language goals, so they're trying to help the students to express themselves and advocate for themselves. Vocational goals, they have the grounds program that they're working with, child nutrition services, and we've gotten everybody a Department of Rehabilitation application so we can work and partner with Goodwill and other agencies around the area to help give those kids those resume building skills and different skills so when they graduate and leave us at 22, they have an opportunity. Daily living skills, learning how to clean, the social skills, pragmatics, how they speak, individual student progress. One student who last year could not walk without support, and when I say support, I mean the sweet girl could not walk without somebody right next to her, is starting to walk without support. Another student is interacting with adults, could not stand to be around anybody else, could not stand to look somebody in the eye. That's the student that stood and stayed for 2 of the career days. 2 of the other students are able to solve multi-digit problems now. Outbursts have been reduced with another student. He makes a very distinctive noise when he's upset, and those have reduced significantly. And then the last student is interacting with peers. So it's all incredibly exciting to see. And I do think it's because there's been so much socialization. Mr. Quinn's done an amazing job with developing a food cart where they go around and they try to sell all around the district. And it's those interaction skills. So I was looking in, somebody in the eye, asking how your day is. And it's really showing that amazing growth. So I just want to give a huge shout out to Mr. Quinn and his whole team, Mr. Chris and Mr. Eric, Mr. Jonathan for getting this room ready for us every month. We've got a great team down here, Miss Jen as well. We don't get to see her as often. She's very busy around the district. And then of course, my amazing teachers, Miss Presswood and Miss Bridinger. So upcoming events, that's another field trip that we took to the zoo, which was fantastic. It was supposed to be a terrible rainy day, and we had the best day at the zoo. It was amazing. So many happy kids. We've got the end of the 3rd quarter coming up, so it's a final push to get all my babies across that stage. So we got 10. We're going to get them all across. We got art with Carissa coming up again. We got the Purple Star ceremony. Got another field trip for a beach cleanup. Oh, I forgot to mention we did do Fallbrook Animal Sanctuary pet drive that was very successful too. And then of course a lot of testing that we've got coming up along with Tomlinson Games. So just a lot of really great things happening, and thank you so much for letting me share it this evening. Have a good evening.
Thank you. And that brings us to our board member reports. We'll start with our student board reps.
So good evening, esteemed board members, Mrs. McInerney, Superintendent Dr. Gawley, and community. So as has already been mentioned by Mr. Smuts, but I would like to mention it again because we're all very proud. So about Jolie Kennedy competing in state quals the other weekend and being the first BHS student to make it to finals, and then we're waiting for this weekend to see if she'll make it to state. And so we're all very proud of her, and she's been working very hard this year. And then next, just this past week, Bonsall High School Theater Company held auditions for their spring musical, Ride the Cyclone, which is a roaring, dark comedy about what it means to have lived life to the fullest. And rehearsals are beginning this upcoming Monday, and performances will be held from May 15th to May 17th. And then additionally, next Friday, March 21st, the theater company will be having their student showcase here in the community center. And it would be fantastic if everybody in this room came, because it'll be a really fun time. And then for BHS's mock trial team, as we have seen today, the competition has just recently come to a close. And so the team members worked diligently in each of their roles to either prove a violent kidnapper's guilt or defend a loving mother's innocence. And as we hope that you have seen in their previous demonstration, each team member has been working very hard and hopes that next year the mock trial program can thrive and reach new heights of success. And as we will hear from Ms. Aaron, the new Pathways program at BHS will allow students to thoroughly explore the field of their choice and develop the skills needed for a successful career. This week during symposium, Ms. Aaron, our high school counselor, Ms. Sanchez, and Mr. Hinchliffe have been giving presentations to the underclassmen about the Pathways program. Our staff members at BHS are committed to providing ways for students to be successful in their academic lives. And another way this has been continuing to be accomplished is through tutoring sessions that have recently started being offered before and after school in every subject. And finally, BHS's Red Cross Club is hosting a clothing exchange in April, where students can donate their lightly used clothing, and later in the week they'll be able to shop, everything's free, but shop for used clothing, and potentially find treasure in another student's trash. After President's Week break, Legionnaires came back to school revitalized and refreshed, and we hope for the energy to continue to the end of the school year. We hope we can count on your continued support for our school district.
Good evening, Mrs. McInerney, Superintendent Dr. Golly, esteemed board members, and audience. Bonsall High School is as busy as always. This month, our school has been extra charitable as we have some projects to give back to our community that are just great. In addition to the Red Cross Club's clothing drive that Nani mentioned, the Women's Empowerment Club is doing a canned food drive. The winning symposium class with the most donations will receive a pizza party. BHS is also providing information for juniors and seniors about the Princess Project, which provides free prom dresses and accessories to eligible high schoolers. As Mrs. Anderson and Dr. Golly have been mentioning, Bonsall Women's Club is hosting the Sages of Inspiration art contest and show, and I'm happy to share that a lot of BHS students have been submitting art for it. There is also an upcoming Fallbrook Art Gallery that our students are preparing for, as well as the opportunity to be featured in the Delmar Fair's art display. In other news, our ASB has been working as hard as ever. This week, our grad night set for Universal Studios in May has nearly sold out completely, with I believe only 8 tickets left out of 50 students. In addition, seniors have the option to vote tomorrow for our prom theme between Masquerade, Meet Me at the Bayou, and Midnight in Paris. Our prom is scheduled for May 10th at the California Center for the Arts in Escondido. It's sure to be an exciting one. And to conclude, I'd like to give out a shout out from Nani and I to none other than Miss Erin. I think we all know just how much work she does every day, but as students, we're so grateful for the early college program. She's also been working to help us get our FAFSAs completed, further expressing how everything she does helps us have a better future. Thank you, Miss Erin, and happy early birthday. And as Ms. Ariana said, the BUSD is so special not only for teachers, but for students too. I'm always glad to be a part of this community, and I hope you all enjoy everything we are doing at BHS every month. Thank you.
Okay. All right. Well, that was, it's been wonderful being here tonight with all the positive things that are going on. And yes, we do need rain as well to keep everything, flowing well, still flowing great. I don't really have much to add other than just congratulate everybody for everything doing, the staff and the students and the management and everybody that's doing everything to keep this program district going great. But I wanted to bring up something that I'm kind of personally doing. I coordinate an event down in San Diego, O-Town, and the event is called Antonio Gara Day. Has to do with a Capeño chief. I'm Capeño from the Polyana Reservation. One of our Capeño chiefs was asked to pay taxes back in 1850 when California first became a state. After the first year that they helped San Diego by, giving them items that they needed to help better San Diego, the second year they decided they didn't want to have to pay taxes to them. They didn't feel they had to. They weren't citizens of the United States. San Diego wasn't doing anything for them, so they decided not to do it. It became called the Gara Uprising. At the end of this situation, Gara was captured, taken down to San Diego to the courthouse down there, convicted of murder and treason, and executed. I know that's a sad story, but the legacy of Antonio Gara, the fact that he was fighting for the rights of all our Native Americans in this community. So at this event, what we do is we provide a celebration of his life, and we also share stories of other Native American groups in San Diego County, which stories that are not taught in school. Often talked about the fact that the educational system actually, and with all due respect to my board members, I do have respect for our educational system, but I think students actually learn more about Alexander the Great and King Henry VIII than they do about local Native Americans. And so what this event does allows local Native Americans to tell their own stories and their histories. This year's event comes up because the reason why I'm bringing up this event here is because the programs we have at Bonsall do a lot of this stuff. They share a lot of this information. And I've been approached by other communities asking how are we able to do these things that we're doing here at Bonsall. So one of the things this year is the theme, AB 1703, which Bonsall has been a forerunner in achieving great success in providing that. That's having local schools teach local Native American history. And since other people in other communities are asking us how we're doing this, I invited Dr. Gali and other people from the Bonsall School District to come down and speak and tell about how they're able to accomplish this. I would like to say I want to take credit for it, or I'm sure us as board members love to take credit for it, but it's the staff and everybody that's doing this and the whole district doing this. And of course, when it comes to all the work, they're the ones that can tell you how it's actually being done. We direct them, but they do all the work. And so that's a pretty exciting thing that I'm being involved with this month. And we're going to have speakers like Judge Devin Loma Yesfa, who is the first Native American female Superior Court judge in San Diego County. She'll be there as a speaker as well. And you know, it's going to be a great event. And so if you guys are in the area, March 22nd, which is why I'm busy on March 22nd. It's going to be down at San Diego Old Town. You'll be having some of your local students in the district speaking, and Dr. Gali and several other people are going to be involved with sharing the things they're doing for our school district. And also wanted to let you guys know that our school district is being recognized by a lot of people on the things that we're doing here. And I just can't, you know, I can't just say enough about the fact that our small school district is actually in a lot of people's minds and eyes on things we're doing. So with that, I'd like to say, again, you know, we're in March. The end of the school year is coming around the corner. Congratulations to Nonya and everybody and the staff. And oh, I wanted to bring up Matthew too with the Lions Club. You know, one of my other hats I wear, I'm the president of the Palm Valley Lions Club, and we sponsored Matthew as he went on the speakers contest. The last contest he was in, it came to a tiebreaker, and they had to go to the third tiebreaker to find out who the winner was. And he didn't move forward in that contest, but he was going against a gentleman from a very large program. And I hope one day our program is going to be that large. And again, it's another one of those situations where our small school district is competing with some very large programs and making heads turn. So I like to, you know, relay that information as well. So, well, thank you very much, and that's pretty much all I have right now.
Hello, everyone. I'm actually going to do a set of piggybacks on everything I've heard tonight. First, I can tell you that Native American history is not taught in France the same way it's taught in US. The vision is way less biased towards white people. So I'm glad that there's a reckoning across the society in general that things should be taught differently. We're not there yet, but there's progress. I heard about a food collection process. Food safety is a very dear cause to mine and my family, so I appreciate that young students recognize that participating in a community to help people that might not be as lucky as we are is helpful. Dr. Golly mentioned how reading is a critical part of education from young age to 5 years old. I am multilingual. The inner ear develops around the same time and even earlier. I really encourage everybody, whether you're multilingual or not, to put music with a different language. Sounds that young kids hear that might not be part of the language are being heard, and Later on, you might figure out that because they heard those sounds when they were young, they might have abilities that you might not have. So for example, there are sounds in French language, U, R, that are different than, that don't exist in the language. Kids that hear that at a young age have a mental trigger when they hear those sounds later on. So if they learn French when they're in high school or whatever, they have some abilities that some other kids don't have. Next piggyback, college program. There's one aspect that that's not being taught enough. Between 30 and 40% of students change major their first year of college. That means that the opportunities that kids have to explore and maybe figure out early on that the path that they had initially imagined is not what they want. It's a time saver, it's a money saver, and it removes a lot of the burden and the sense of failure that kids might experience in college when they realize that this is not what they want. And I know for a fact, because I've seen it, that a lot of kids just stick with it because they don't want to disappoint their parents, they don't want to feel like they failed at something. So the ability to explore different pathways and realize what you're actually interested in, it's a benefit that often is not valued enough. And so this is really an opportunity for kids to very early on have a better idea of what they want to do. When you are 17 in high schools, you know, very few have a real idea of what they like. They don't know themselves anyway, or very few. So this is really an opportunity and a chance for kids that I wish a lot more kids across the county, the country would have. And lastly, and maybe the most important, Ms. Calabresi, you mentioned the progress of students that have been made, and sadly our society has a tendency to cast away those kind of personalities and ignore them and hide them, because if we don't see them, we pretend they don't exist. And the ability to show that with the right care, the right attitude, the right approach, we're able to make progress and integrate those people in a society that would be really tough for them. And for that, I cannot commend you enough, and I cannot commend enough the people who are really investing their time in making that happen and bringing a bit of light in situations that often are pretty grim. So thank you so much.
I would like to thank all our employees for their dedication, their commitment, and passion. And I think the presentations, whether it's Dr. Ghali, Ms. Calabrese, or all our principals, the passion is so much more, it's so important that these kids feel that you want to help them and they can get them over these hurdles. And once you get over these hurdles, it's amazing how fast and that they can improve. So I just wanted to thank you, because that really is that passion. So thank you.
I'd like to begin by saying that how fortunate are we that we have a superintendent that throws down Cicero quotes, right? I mean, how often do you hear that? You know what I'm saying? I mean, you got to appreciate that. And he was a very interesting guy. I won't get into it because I'll talk to him for like 40 minutes. But if you never don't know what happened to that guy, he's a very interesting guy. But she mentioned something else during her speech that I thought was very interesting. She mentioned that if you listen to 20 minutes a day, I think you said it was 1.8 million words. So here's the deal. I've been trying to learn Spanish, right? And so I took a class at Palomar, and I got an A for Spanish 1, yeah. But it's not sticking. So I'm having trouble sticking it. So I started, she was saying that, I'm like, well, wait a minute. I have trouble. I think the key with learning a foreign language is consistency. You have to do it all the time. But it seems so laborious because I got so many other things to do. But then I thought, wow, what if I just practice 20 minutes a day, right? This is what I was thinking when you were saying that. I could get maybe some children's books or something like that and start reading for 20 minutes a day, and I'll be exposed to all these extra words and reinforce them in there, and maybe something will stick. So I think that's what I learned from what you said. So I'm gonna try that. The other thing I want to mention is I think it's really neat that we have such great parent involvement. And I think recognizing them is exceptional. And I think, you know, parents tend to be really, really involved in elementary, but it tends to taper off right between elementary and the middle school. So to see such, you know, involvement at Sullivan, I think is really something special, and I think it's something to be praised, and I'm glad that we took the time to recognize them, because it is important, you know, that we need that extra help that we get in elementary to continue on, and to see that happening. Because I think when my kids were there wasn't a PTO. I think this came about afterwards. So it's really nice to see it, and I'm just really happy about that. The other thing I wanted to talk about was the mock trial, because I thought that was exceptionally fun. For me especially, right? I watched it, and I haven't done something like that since I was in law school, and I was like, I wanted to hop up there and join them. I was like, I'm going to get involved in that. It was really, really great, and they did a great job. And you know, it takes a lot of practice and a lot of time to do that kind of stuff. And so it's nice, and I'm thank you for bringing them in so we as a board can see, we can put our eyes on what's actually occurring. It's one thing for you guys to get up here and say, oh, mock trial did this. It's another for you to bring them in and show us how it works. And so I want to appreciate, I just want to tell you I appreciate that as well. The other thing I wanted to mention is the Native American mural. I thought that was really neat, because I think it adds a lot of personality and local, or kind of gives, now our campus is starting to reflect who we are as a community, and I think that is a really great start, and I think it's an exceptional mural. The other thing I want to talk about was Jolie making the finals for state quals. I just want to tell everybody, this is one of those things where, like mock trial, if you just say it, you don't truly appreciate it. State quals is grueling. I mean, it's a 2-day affair. It's from morning to night. And like, they get there, I think Friday at 3 in the afternoon. They don't leave until late. Then the next day they get there really early in the morning, like 7 or 8 in the morning, and they don't get done until, like, you know, close to 8 or 9 at night. It is grueling. And at state quals, you have the best of the best competing. You have teams that have been well established by the Bishop School, Francis Parker. You have Canyon Crest, Carlsbad, Helix. These are powerhouses. These are people who have been doing this year after year after year. And for Jolie to go in there and to make finals, just to make finals at that is like impossible. I know kids who have gone through these schools for 4 years and never made finals at state quals. And that was their goal. So I just want to really highlight how exceptional it is just to make it there. And if she makes it to state, that is even more exceptional. And so, I mean, I just want to celebrate Mr. Hinchcliffe and the whole speech team for putting in that effort, because I don't think anybody truly appreciates how much work and diligence it takes to do that. We're talking hours and hours of memorization and changing and practicing over and over and over and over again. And I could say over and over because that's what they do. And they do it, and then they perform it in front of people who are judging everything that they do, every move they make, every sound they're making. There's somebody up there watching them. To do it under that type of pressure and to do it that well is an exceptional, exceptional talent. So I just want to say I just want to kind of highlight that particular achievement, because it is an exceptional thing. The other thing I wanted to say is vote for the masquerade. I'm voting for the masquerade for the prom personally. I think that would be a really fun prom, by the way. So Cass put my vote over there for that. And Ms. Calabrese, I just want to say that I agree with everybody. I think what you're doing over there at Bonsall Virtual School, from where it was to where it is now, is night and day. And it's exceptional. And it's great to see your reports, because it's grown so much, and I can actually see it. So thank you for all the effort you've been putting in there. Thank you for the effort that you guys put in there as well. And I'm going to end on this note. Starting tomorrow, and for almost every day till the end of the month, college decisions come out. Now, I will tell you, this is a very, very stressful time for all seniors. I mean, exceptionally stressful. And so I think it's one of those things. I know I've said in the past you should hug a senior, but this is the time to really hug them, because it is a time when, you know, dreams can either be just, you know, lost or they can be gained, and it's a really emotional time. So, you know, as I said, you know, it is one of those things where when I was going to school, it wasn't, I don't remember it being quite like this, but it is like a pressure cooker now. And so, but you know what? You should be proud of no matter what happens, no matter where you end up. Be proud of your accomplishments because, you know, you deserve it. And it is tough to get to this point. And as I said, I know it's hard to sit there and wait for those decisions, but you know what? I'll be hoping for you. I'll be in your corner cheering for all of you. So anyway, thanks a lot.
Good evening. I just wanted to say it takes a village. And this community really, I think, embodies that sentiment beautifully. We've had, we've been now talking for almost 2 hours as a group here, and we could talk all night in terms of all the things that are going on in Bonsall Unified School District, and it's truly remarkable. One of the things that we don't really do as a board is pat ourselves on our own backs per se. I mean, it's there's a lot of work and a lot of direction, but I do want to acknowledge my fellow board members because we are doing a heck of a job with the limited resources that we get from the state, and we do amazing things in this district to provide a stellar education and extracurricular opportunities for our students and their families. So I think that's wonderful, and I appreciate everything that our educators do on the daily. And I thank the board members sitting here for the time and dedication to make sure that we're addressing the student needs in our community, and to our student board members for being such an exemplary, being such exemplary role models as student board members. And I'm so glad that we chose 2 this year to have you at the dais each month. So thank you for being here. And I don't want to belabor things because we have 3 really exciting informational presentations. One of the presentations will be on facilities. And we know, we had a little presentation about some raindrops. I'm going to add a few more to the mix, and hopefully we'll have some umbrellas, somewhere down the line. But there are still 1,136 plus new homes coming into our community, and we have facilities constraints that will hinder us from providing, the programs that we'd like to do for everybody in our district. So we still have to keep our thinking caps on, looking forward to solutions as they unravel develop, no unraveling, to develop as we move forward with working with the developers coming into our, neighborhoods, and figuring out how we can continue to use the resources that we have, which we've done an amazing job so far, and figure out how to plan for the future. So thank you to Superintendent Ghali for the Bonsall Advisory Committee sessions and working through some of those challenges. And with that, we're going to turn it over into proceeding on with the rest of our agenda. We're at the consent agenda. I'm sorry.
A tad out of protocol, but Ms. James highlighted in a survey our parents were looking for support on how to provide better help with homework and different opportunities for them to be part of the village. I think as a district, we might want to find if we can find opportunities to provide this kind of support, so that way, we all know how important it is for our students to have home supports to help them guide through our studies and help them. And if as a district we can try to find a way to provide this type of help, that would be great, I believe. So I encourage Superintendent Ghali to investigate opportunities for us to grow the village.
So with that, I'm going to turn it back to the agenda. We're at number 7, the consent agenda. Is there a motion to approve?
Motion to approve.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Motion carries unanimously, bringing us to our information items. Looking forward to the reports. So we have our first presentation will be the Academies of Bonsall High School, empowering students to design a path to college and career readiness. And I believe we have some special guests today to come share this information with us. Come on up. Happy to have you here.
Okay, they're just going to hand out a few marketing items so that you can follow along. Okay, so good evening, Board of Trustees, Superintendent Golly, and Ms. Gina. Tonight we are going to present a very exciting labor of efforts with our innovation team that we have here at Bonsall High School and two of our student pathway consultants. We took some of the amazing pieces of Bonsall High School and we put it all together to really address a lot of the needs that we see at our schools. So we'll dive more into it as we get started on the presentation. So, Eddie.
Thank you. Good evening, Board. Superintendent Golly, Ms. McInerney. So we wanted to start by talking about why. Why are we doing this work? Why did we feel the need to make these changes? And I mean, I think we all know here the value of a high school diploma, right? The reality of the opportunities that you have and that you don't have with or without a high school diploma. But what we're realizing is that diplomas are not enough for the vast majority of our society, right? 70% of all jobs are going to require some sort of post-secondary education or training. And that a lot of our graduates around the country are not leaving high school with the skills that they need to enter the job market. Employers are reporting that there is a huge gap in the skills that they're looking for and that the skills that applicants are showing up with. And there we go. And so we looked at our vision, we looked at the framework for the future, and we realized that there's a lot of ways that we can bring those two things together. The fact that our vision is looking at creating rigorous and relevant learning experiences. So we thought, how can we create those experiences that are connecting our students with the workforce, right? Whether that's job shadows or internships, or even, simple activities in class that connect to things that they're interested in today's world, right? And then thinking about the skill gap that I just talked about, that all of those skills are things that we're attempting to have our students graduate with, that they're resilient, that they're problem solvers, that they can work on a team, communicate effectively on that team, that they can engage not just for themselves, but for their community, and whether that's their work community, their city community, in our case, their school community. And thought about, okay, well, we can do those things, right? We can bring in work-based learning experiences. We can bring in career exploration skills. We can connect with our community so that our students realize that it's not just them doing it, or that it's not even just them and their teachers doing it, but like you guys have said, that it's a village, right? That we're all working together to help these students be ready for the workforce earlier than they would be. So with that, let me turn it over to Mr. Hinchliff.
So I pulled the fun, good evening board, Ms. McInerney, Dr. Golly. It's a pleasure to be speaking here tonight. I pulled the fun data slide here, so I apologize if I'm using any buzzwords, but as we heard earlier, as we put this plan together, we wanted to make sure that it was research-based, that it was aligned with our framework for the future, and that it was something that would really revitalize our school culture. And while we were doing all of that, we also wanted to ensure that we were very intentional and purpose-driven when we looked at the data and the outcomes that we were seeking to find. And so here we have our dashboard indicators. You've seen a few of those in the earlier presentations. And at first glance, our dashboard indicators, we're in the green. We're good, right? But when you look under the hood a little bit, we know that we can do better. We saw this shift during that COVID sequence, and we're rebuilding and we're heading in the right trajectory, but this new plan we're hoping will really kind of turbocharge that progress. So that's what we're looking forward to explaining more in detail tonight.
Okay, so kind of bringing together the need, the why, and how this all came together. So as you heard earlier, the early college program was really showing me success. It was showing that when given the chance and the motivation and encouragement, students rose to the occasion and excelled. The confidence was enough to not just help them succeed academically, but it healed a lot of the social emotional needs that were waiting there to be addressed. So I saw it as a way to address both sides. As a counselor, I know there are so many needs right now. And sometimes we have to be a little creative and innovative with the ways that we address these needs. And I started playing with the early college program as far as how can I do this through the program and weaving in some of the psychology pieces to help heal those traumas or those cognitive distortions along the way to help support our counseling department. And so by doing that, we've seen growth. We've seen students have empowerment and feel like they have more drive in their own, not just education, in their life. They have more control. And the control reduces anxiety. It reduces depression. So I found a lot of success in many areas. So I took that piece. I added leveraging all of the success in grant writing and all of the fantastic work with our CTE pathways and our Palomar College partnership and the opportunities that we're starting to see potentially with Cal State San Marcos as well. A lot of community partners waiting to work with us. And I saw it as a bigger vision on how we could make this a school-wide initiative and really think in a bigger picture. Instead of just a pocket of students who felt ready for an early college program or students who felt or that we could catch, why not weave this into the entire culture of the school so that every single student gets some piece of empowerment, some piece of healing through this program, but also ready for college and career, because every single student needs to be able to not just get a job, but keep a job. And we want them to stay in our community. Many people cannot afford to be here, so we want our students to stay in our area and help build the community. So while reflecting on all those pieces and then hearing from our students, our parents, our community members, our teachers, it all kind of came together. So I want to share 2 quotes that I actually captured in real conversations this week and quickly threw them in because they capture it beautifully. One from a senior: "What made me feel connected was having someone believe in me and push me to explore my interests and think about my future." This student had never considered college. It took me a solid year to beg this student to even take a class. And she was like, "I'll never go to college." And now she's considering being a school counselor, which selfishly I'm excited. And she realizes that means graduate school. So it's pretty exciting to see over 4 years a student transform like that just from taking a few classes. And then we have a sophomore. "I didn't even consider programming as a career until I took the computer science course." And this is a sophomore. So this is just from taking a few courses. And as we talk about academies, the student was probably the most stressed out student I had trying to pick which academy. We probably know which student it is, Jen. But no, it's amazing. It's great to see students stressed out about exciting things like which great opportunity am I going to take advantage of in school. That is a good problem to have as a counselor. So as we move forward, so imagine a school where you can form an identity around your interests. You can get prepared for life after high school while you're exploring. And you can really learn about those topics that are relevant to your own future, not just what people are telling you is your future. And where you can explore the many different careers that are available, not just the ones that you hear about, but all that you can possibly learn about. And you can be engaged in work-based learning experiences. You can actually be in the work, in the career, and get a feel for it. And I think Pascal Lepore, you kind of mentioned getting that experience so you don't have to keep switching majors. I switched, I think, 4 times. So it's under the same umbrella, but still, it saves a lot of time and money if you can explore it, figure it out while you're in high school and get that college credit along the way. and you gain skills, and you can get certifications. You can get CPR certified, maybe get a certificate in welding. And you'll see here, we're looking at 4 academies in the entire school. Every single student will get in one of these 4 academies. We have law and leadership, medical sciences, computer science and engineering, and arts and media. And I'd like to challenge any person to try to give me a career that won't fit in one of these 4, because I will make it fit. And you will see we've got everything. And so it includes trades. When I like to challenge students, because you'll think computer science and you think of programming, and with engineering you think of engineer, but we go deeper. We look at landscape, we look at cybersecurity, but we also look at welder, we look at drafter, HVAC. There's so many skills that are transferable in different areas, and what we want is we want students to see that. We don't want to just see the surface, we want to dig deeper. And we'll explain how we'll do that soon. But also in that school, not only do you learn those work-based skills, but you're earning college credit while you're doing that. And you're going to get those certifications so that when you get right out of high school, you can get that job, or hopefully move on and get more education. So part of our design is going to be to have industry engagements, formerly called field trips, where students not just go see industry, but we're going to really align it to whether it's academy-based, but even course aligned as well. So for example, we may have under the Law and Leadership Academy, everyone goes see a college that's associated with it, but then we might dive deeper into looking at different careers and going and exploring those industries. But we may take Ms. Armijo's Intro to Law class, we take that entire class to the courthouse, and we may take them to the morgue. We may take them all over. So it's just based on interest and also just getting exposure to what's all out there and all the careers. One thing that's really exciting that we are working on is an MOU with a law firm that's very reputable so that we can have those partnerships. And as we develop internships for all of our students, including most likely juniors and seniors, we want every single student to have an experience before they graduate and add to their digital portfolio so that they have something tangible to present to the community, to present to hopefully our board members and our community partners. Every year, we want them presenting what they've learned, how they've learned the skills of our framework of the future to everyone, because I believe that will develop pride that we can't just hand them because they've earned it. And along with that is the college credit that they're building along the way toward their specific goals. Okay. Oops, I went to the wrong way.
So as our student trustees pointed out, this is what we have been rolling out to all of our students at Bonsall High School. We are also currently scheduling to roll this out to Sullivan Middle School students and our incoming high schoolers as well. And this is a reflection of the brochure that you guys have been given by some of our student representatives here. That really break down our 4 different academies. Students were presented with this information specifically so they know the opportunities related to these academies and help them identify which of these academies they would like to go to. Each of these academies is really a product of a lot of time and investment that Ms. Aaron and the teams put in, working with Palomar to ensure that they're focused on high-wage, high-growth sectors, but also hosting student focus groups and one-on-one interviews to make sure that we're meeting the needs and interests of our students. So as we presented this, we also shared with students the opportunities that would come with each of those academies and how selecting an academy doesn't actually restrict your choices to just what's there, but really allows you to get a deeper understanding and a more in-depth experience related to those academies. So as students peruse those brochures, they were able to look at the certificates that they could earn aligned with their academy, aligned with their interests. They were able to look at career skills that they could work with as well. So maybe they're getting a certificate from Palomar College, or maybe they're getting CPR certified if they're going into the medical science pathway. Maybe they're reflecting on their interests in clubs as they choose an academy. So for our awesome mock trial students that we saw earlier, law and leadership is a natural fit, right? But if a student was competing in our Legion Bots competition last semester and they're getting excited for our next competition with drone racing, then maybe CS Engineering is going to be the academy for them. And in addition to that, again, Ms. Aaron's been working really hard to make sure that our courses are not just aligned for career, but also working on articulating our courses too. So for the Foundations of Law class, recently articulated with Palomar, now students can get college credit for taking that class with Ms. Armijo on our campus. So as students selected the academy that they wanted to be in, we also wanted to share with the students that this isn't just a one-size-fits-all approach, and that we're really trying to individualize those pathways for our students. So for each of the different academies, we presented them with the courses that they would be taking. And again, they're not limited just to those courses, but they might have preferential access to it. They're going to be sorted into kind of cohorts where they're going to be developing extra skills in their symposium classes and working alongside their peers that they would be attending those industry engagement field trips with. They're also going to be able to participate in different job shadows and begin earning internship hours to help contribute to their community service requirement, and ultimately culminating with a portfolio, a senior project that they can take with them out the door as they walk across the stage and walk into a job interview or onto their college applications with those transferable skills. So kind of big picture, this is what we left them with. We're already sorting through all of those academy requests. There's a ton of excitement about that. You'll also notice looking at our pathways and how aligned they are with these academies with early college interwoven throughout. We have up there our graphic design certificates. So students are working with cutting edge InDesign software in order to get that certificate from Palomar. We have our associate teacher certificate where students are enrolled in 4 different child development classes where they're getting service learning hours. Shout out to Mr. Costa for allowing our child development students to go and get that hands-on experience working with him down at Vivian Banks and the amazing teachers and students they have down there. But ultimately, we want to make sure that we're sending each student on a path of their choice to a path of their future. So thank you.
So now we're going to hear from our 2 pathway consultants. Come on up.
Good evening. My name is Luna. I'm currently a sophomore in Bonsall High right now, and the academy I chose was Arts and Media. My reason being is I love drawing and listening to music. For example, art gives me a canvas to draw how I'm feeling or show emotions you can't capture on a face. As for music, you can pour how you're feeling into lyrics and connect with others. And the way both these 2 things can contribute to my future is by writing novels or storybooks. I want to display my emotions with stories that people can relate to and enjoy. Thank you. Hi, I hope you guys are having a good day so far. My name is Alicia, and I'm currently a 10th grader at Bonsall High School. The academy I chose was medical sciences because it gives us more experience to be able to be college ready, as well as it helps my future by giving me firsthand experience so that I can have a higher chance of being able to get into jobs or go to universities. And another program that's similar to this is the early college program that Miss Aaron and some other people created. And this has helped me because I'm currently a 10th grader and I'm now going to be able to graduate at college, at Palomar College. I'm nervous. This year, yeah. Anything? With arts and media. So, anything you want to say? No.
Any questions?
How do you make sure that we're stay current. And I say that from just looking at, I look at all the great stuff. This is awesome because this is where you want to get kids towards occupations. But when I see one thing, I see AutoCAD drafting, okay?
Yep.
And when I worked for a company that sold building products, and at the start, things were done by hand. Then AutoCAD took over, and they were everywhere. And on my way out, AutoCAD was going by.
Yeah.
And BIM was the big thing, okay? That's been building information modeling. And so so I want to make sure that the kids get what's cutting edge, what's going to be needed.
I totally agree with you. So the programs that you see listed are what Palomar offers.
Gotcha.
Yes, so it's kind of a balance. So what we're doing is some of the current things you're speaking of, we're really trying to ensure are in our actual courses we offer. If we can't, because it's a balance. I do go to a lot of meetings, a lot of them, whether it's at Palomar, I attend a lot of meetings that involve labor market information, industry partners, so that I can ensure that our students have what are going to lead to high-wage careers, because I don't believe in a student taking a career path to a job that they can't stay here. I've seen it happen. My own son isn't living here. I don't want that to be the case for our students. And so I do agree with you. AutoCAD is definitely kind of an older program that isn't being used as much in the current trending. And that's why our teacher right now is working with some industry partners to find what are we using. And then that's where we write grants to try to get that current software in our schools, because I'd rather have all of our students in the program access where just 2 or 3 might try to get that certificate. Because some of those certificates are too many courses for them to achieve, where some of them we can offer on our campus, or we have transportation and they can achieve. So that's where we prioritize which ones we put more of our focus on and more of the resources toward. But I will be probably inviting all of you to be part of our industry partnerships as we move forward.
Great.
I have a question.
Yes.
Well, first a statement. So as I looked through here, I was imagining, what would I sign up for? That's what I was thinking. Then I started getting stressed out because I was like, no, I want the law and leadership, but I want arts and media too. Oddly, I don't know why, but I do. And so I was like, wait. So I'm like, I'm torn here. But my question is, what percentage do you anticipate the school to be per category? I mean, do you have any idea of how this is going to lie out?
Do you want to?
Yeah. So based on our survey results right now, we're actually pretty evenly split 25%. I think the smallest one right now is 18% or 19% with arts and media. But I mean, we've got probably, we haven't done the 8th graders, and there are a handful of students that we missed on our initial run of presentations. But when you look at the graph, I was actually really surprised because I had the same worry. But when you look at the pie chart, it's almost split perfectly, quarter of the students for each academy. We also had them rank them, 1 through 4. So we might take some of those students that had arts and media as their second choice. Again, the idea, and I forget who spoke to it, but the idea that even if it's their second choice, they might find that this is something that they want to explore more. I mean, most of the kids have some sort of interest in all 4 of these, right? But it gives them an opportunity to learn more about that one, and as a second choice, maybe they realize, oh man, this actually is my first choice, or they're like, man, I hate this a lot. This is my 4th choice, and like you guys were mentioning, it's one less thing they have to worry about when they leave us. So.
Do they have opportunities to switch, or once they pick, they're in?
So there will be a process for them to switch. We'll accept those applications, but we won't review them until the end of the year to make sure that they've had the full experience in that year. They've had opportunities to do a job shadow or industry engagements before we go back and review and have that conversation with the student. But yes, there will be a process for that.
First comment, you probably need to work on the choreography on the movement when you present. It felt a bit discombobulated. The second comment, I think computer science should be in any of those 4 academies. You cannot do anything, any work, anywhere without some computer basics. So I'm not saying everybody needs to learn computer programming, but computer savviness and literacy is critical no matter what work you're going to do. I encourage you to really listen to the hiring people in the community that tells you what you're missing. Finally, there's one thing that we didn't mention, but in the symposium document, it says study skills and soft skills. Soft skills is what differentiates us from AI, so it's really important to have those. And study skills, you need to be honest with students. They might choose a path now, maybe in 10 years they'll do something totally different. And so learning how to learn, learning how to acquire new skills is probably the best skill that you can get out of high school, if there's or school in general. Even in college, you should just learn how to learn, and you're gonna learn something. And if you're in computer science, within 5 years, you're obsolete if you cannot recycle. So learning how to learn is probably the critical skills that you need to advertise to students. And picking a choice now doesn't mean that you're stuck with it forever. There's always opportunities to retrain, relearn, take risk, and so it's really encouraging to see how the program grows year over year and how it develops, and the quality of the material and the quality of the programs that we keep adding. So keep at it.
Thank you.
If I may, I just want to attest to our symposium program this year. I know last year a lot of students were a little unsure about it. Some of our symposiums were more of just like a study time. But this year we've been working as a school to really enhance symposium, and just personally, as a student in symposium, what we're learning right now to me is incredible. It's just I'm so grateful to have the opportunity. We're learning about taxes, we're learning about anything that we would need to help us outside of school, cars, things like that. And it's just really great, and I'm really happy with how that's going. And I think that for our underclassmen as well, it's going to be a really great program for them.
Thank you.
Yeah, I just, one comment. I think you guys should talk to Jen about doing choreography there. That might help you a little bit there. But I was wondering if you guys offered or thought about considering offering driver training, things like that, maybe in the symposium thing. I kind of feel like even a person that doesn't drive should actually take driver training, because they should know what drivers have to deal with, so they just don't walk in front of a car and say, well, they're supposed to stop. So even a pedestrian should know what the drivers are doing. But I did have a question about the term associate teacher. What is associate teacher?
So that degree allows students to work in childcare facilities, after-school programs, and it's kind of the starting path with some of the child development programs. And it kind of branches into more like associate's degree programs and so forth with child development. So I believe we had 11 students last year graduate with that same program. And so they're continuing it on. And I do know that Palomar's right now crafting more accelerated certificate programs so that our students can continue this trend and have certificates within a semester. So we're hoping to work together as we develop this further and align them toward skills that are going to be desirable for hiring.
I think it's my turn. Fantastic. It's fascinating and fabulous to actually listen to the presentation on this Academy's model moving forward. I've been watching the evolution directly of Bonsall High School since BB was passed in 2012, and the school was founded in 2014, and we've been at it for a decade now. And there's been the evolution of different teaching mechanisms and whatnot. And I think it's a testament to the fact that we are small and nimble. There's very much an entrepreneurial feel to this, which I'm really impressed by. So I want to thank you for your leadership within Bonsall High School to put together such a very comprehensive and innovative plan, which I think will really set our students up for success. So thank you.
Thank you.
I have one last comment. As a hiring manager, there's something that I value actually probably more than the degree itself. It's whatever people have done outside of the standard path that they do. So when we talk certificate, and I would almost say if you graduate with a high school diploma and you have a certificate like that, it shows to anybody who's going to look at the resume that you were able to commit to something else that you were force-fed into. And so that's meaningful in the sense where as a hiring person, you want to know that someone is able to commit to something and achieve something. And high school, I'm not going to say it's a given degrees, we can debate about that, but this is a standard path that everybody follows through, and it doesn't show much. An employer say, okay, you graduated high school, great. When you have something like a certificate or the fact that you've taken college credit in high school, it's an added piece to your portfolio that shows that you were able to do something else than what you were supposed to do. And I think that's really what differentiates people between Bonsall people that might have college credit and compared to someone that exits another high school with an high school degree and say, okay, well, you both have high school. What differentiates you from your peer? Those are things and skills that allow people to value themselves more in a very competitive job market. So.
And to add to that, the industry engagement, and I love the catchphrase, by the way, be legendary. Having those community partnerships is going to be critical with that real world experience. So I think that's fantastic and looking forward to seeing the program evolve. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
All right. This is very exciting. And our next information item, presentation number 2, is we have the Elementary Multi-Tiered Systems of Support, MTSS program update. Thank you so much for being here. Long meeting too, so thank you for being here so late.
Thank you, guys. Good evening, board members, Dr. Golly, and Ms. Gina, thank you. Thank you for having us here tonight. My name's Kelly Pato. I am the MTSS TOSA at Bonsall Elementary School.
And I am Dana Bonwell, and I'm the MTSS TOSA at Vivian Banks and at Bonsall West. And I had Alicia and Luna in my class at Vivian Banks 6 years ago. So I know them from way back, and they did an awesome job. Good job, ladies.
So we are excited to talk to you guys about what is happening on the elementary levels to get those foundational skills so we can get them into high school. And just for the record, we are used to talking to little ones, so we'll do our best to talk in front of adults this evening.
We have to push, okay, here we go. Okay, so MTSS focuses on the whole child. This is our multi-tiered systems of support, and it is a framework that's used to give targeted support to struggling students in all of these areas. Early intervention is key. Early intervention, early identification of student-specific needs, academic, behavioral, and social-emotional. We can, through MTSS, we are offering extra support for teachers and students for their SST goals. We have 6-week cycles of intervention that are systematic, explicit, and targeted towards each student's individual needs. There are 3 RTI tiers. Sorry, I didn't switch the thing. I need to. Can I walk around with this? Is that allowed? No?
Go back one more.
Sorry.
No, you're good.
Or
You want the
can I
mic
just
off?
sit? Is it okay if I just sit and do this? I would do better. Sorry. Okay, so there's 3. Oh, awesome. Thank you. Okay, there are 3 tiers to RTI. So tier 1 is the bottom of the triangle. That is your best practices. That's in the gen ed classroom by the classroom teacher. It could also involve interventions in small groups. differentiated curriculum for students, meeting students where they are. And this should be, ideally, the research says about 80% of our students should be served only with tier 1. That might be all they need, right? Tier 2 is our supplemental. And these are our interventions that they can occur inside or outside the classroom. This should be roughly 15% of our students. And this looks like small groups in the hallway, maybe, small groups being pulled out of the room, small groups in the classroom, sometimes one-on-one support. And this, what it's been looking like for us is small groups with the gen ed teacher or with the MTSS TOSA. And then tier 3 is your intensive intervention supports. And this is typically 5% or less of our students should require this sort of support. The important thing about the tiers is that tier 2 is in addition to tier 1. So when I'm pulling students, for example, I'm never pulling them, or my goal is to not be pulling them during their tier 1, like for example, their tier 1 language arts time. I'm not going to pull them for a reading intervention so that they miss that time. They need to be getting both times so that they can catch up if they are a student who's not benefiting solely from tier 1. They need the ability to catch up, so it needs to be on top of, each other intervention needs to be on top of. Okay.
Thank you, Christian. You got me. All right. So an important thing to notice about the MTSS is we're working on the whole child. We cannot expect children to sit in a desk or stand in a classroom if they haven't eaten, if they're coming to school dysregulated, if they're upset, their anxiety, their depression, all of that. So we're not just looking at the academics of these students, we're looking at their social and their emotional well-being as well. And as you guys know, it's not just a Bonsall thing, but students are coming to us with more and more trauma. Home trauma, we've got all kinds of things happening on our campuses. So we need to make sure that they've eaten breakfast, that they're happy, that they are safe, and that their basic needs are met before they can go to a classroom. Creating safe schools and environment where our students feel safe, supported, and loved is vital to the well-being of our students. Our students cannot walk in the door and not feel loved. Handshakes, hugs, high fives, that's kind of our motto at the elementary level. They've got to feel like we want them there. Good, thank you. All right, in tier 2, so tier 2, like Dana said, it is on top of the tier 1 first best practices that is happening inside our classrooms by our gen ed teachers. So this is strategic and targeted to meet the needs of each individual student, and this is 15% or less of our students that would need this extra intervention. And one program that classroom teachers and TOSAs are using is Orton Gillingham, and that is because the district has taken the funds to get us trained. And then over here you have some pictures. In the top picture we have one of our TK teachers who is using Orton Gillingham strategies to teach the sounds, Down at the bottom, those two cute little kiddos are doing some tactile with some sand, also an Orton Gillingham strategy. Then we've got this little guy, Patrick, who's learning that his name starts with something that is the letter P. The letter P has a sound. And then down at the bottom, we have 3 boys here who are doing a dictation in a small group. And then up at the top, we have a one-on-one assessment happening. And again, you can see that this happens inside the classroom, outside the classroom, outside. Again, we're meeting the needs of our students. We've got students who can't just sit in the classroom. If they need fresh air, we'll take them outside and we'll get more from them that way. One more, thank you.
So how are we determining who needs intervention? We are using our student study teams. We use district curriculum and assessments and teacher recommendations. So for example, we are looking at our iReady scores at the beginning of the year because that's one of the first assessments that comes back, and then we can look at the kids who are scoring in the red area or the yellow area on those iReady assessments, and then we can talk to those teachers and further assess. And using these other programs with the BPST, the M-Class Dibbles, and other assessments, the ESGI, which has the BPST incorporated, further assessments in order to further target and figure out the specific needs in the specific areas for each student. Then we are also progress monitoring students with short, frequent, targeted assessments throughout the 6-week cycles of intervention. So when kids are pulled into a cycle of intervention, then we're constantly monitoring that, that progress. And then they're not, you know, it's not like they're in their intervention group and they're just in it for the rest of the year. They're in, they're out. We're monitoring even the kids that have exited, we're continuing to monitor their progress to see, you know, is there another area, is something else coming up? So students are entering and exiting intervention groups based on their growth and their needs. The TOSAs are helping teachers to create SMART goals for their student SSTs and for their assessments and progress monitoring. And so just a frequent collaboration between the classroom teacher and the TOSA to support students, even like when I'm just walking through the hall, going in and seeing the teacher. I had a list of like fluency scores on my paper. I went in and the second grade teacher said, oh, that's interesting. Let's talk about that later. Like it's this constant, like, you know, being in and out of the classroom and being able to help support. And then let's go look at the data and what has that kid been scoring and figure out what we should do next.
All right. Sorry. So types of interventions that are happening at the elementary campuses. We have many interventions that are taking place at all 3 school sites to support students in not just literacy, but writing and math. We're offering before and after school interventions in reading and math. We're using our TOSAs, and in the fall, our TK teachers were used to support our students during the school day, and that's because TK was the half day. So we were taking those TK teachers and putting them into kindergarten, 1st and 2nd grade classrooms, again, using the OG training. We're creating positive relationships with our students, and like I said earlier, like this is our #1 priority. Our students have to feel loved and accepted and wanted in order to give us anything. So behavioral interactions are key to success for our students, and supporting teachers is a huge one. When behavior issues arise, and constant communication in the classroom teachers. If we've got a student that is elevated, our classroom teacher has, 24, 26, however many students. So we're able to go in and pull that student out, bring them in, talk to them, see what's happening. A lot of times it's giving them a snack. I've got a little couch outside of my office. A lot of times it's taking a nap with a timer, just so you know. So I'm like, how many minutes do you need? And it's usually about 2 minutes. But again, just like us, right? We get boiled and it's like, I tell my kids, give me 5. I need to go count. So the kids need to do that too. I do check-ins a couple times a week in roughly 21 of our classrooms on campus. And these are the classrooms that have multiple students with those social and emotional issues. At BES, teachers are also signing up for me to come into their classrooms to coach them on classroom management, small group differentiated instruction in reading and math, and supporting classroom behavior and implementing strategies for positive reinforcement. So we're doing a lot of that. Next slide, please. Thank you. So we're excited that our Tier 1 and Tier 2 RTI is in line with the framework's recommended percentages, and that's what Dana was talking about at the bottom. We want Tier 1 to be the majority of our students, about 80%, Tier 2 about 15%, and Tier 3 5 or less. So currently 88% of our students are performing at grade level with first best instruction by their classroom teacher, not needing those additional supports from TOSAs. 12% of our students fall under Tier 2 and are receiving additional supports by TOSAs and classroom teachers. And many of these students are also participating in our before and after school interventions that are provided by our classroom teachers. And this number here reflects all three of the elementary school. Thank you. All right. So for Bonsall Elementary School, our TK teachers worked in small groups with our kinder, 1st and 2nd grade Tier 2 students for a 6-week intervention cycle. So 6 weeks is what we're doing. We're giving them 6 weeks to kind of make the growth, and then we're reassessing them. 67% of our kinder students made the expected growth. 33% are still working towards that expected growth. In first and second grade, we had 69% of those students that made the expected growth, whereas 31% are continuing to work towards their expected growth. And starting March 31st at Bonsall Elementary, we'll begin another 6-week intervention cycle, and we're hoping to have around 80 to 90 students. I counted today, and 71 permission slips have gone out. So hopefully those will start coming back in. They literally went home today. So currently at Bonsall Elementary after school, I have 92 students who are enrolled in math intervention. Again, that's being taught by the classroom teachers. And we have decided, with a school of 960 plus kids, you can imagine how hard it is to implement intervention when we have vast needs. So we decided to use, we call it GG, but it's really called ST Math. It is an adopted program for curriculum. So we are using this program, so each kid is going in and they are working at their level. So Dana and I could be in the same class, and I could be working on a 1st grade strategy, and she could be working on a 5th grade strategy. That's not really that high, but you know what I mean? It's all where the child is at. So I'm excited to see our data with what happens with that intervention.
This slide is showing the Vivian Banks upper grades reading intervention, some of the growth that we have shown through this new intervention cycle. So this is for the oral reading fluency assessment. This shows words per minute. So the student receives a score on their words per minute. So they read a grade level passage for 1 minute, and they get however many words. And then there are cutoff values for the fall, for the winter, for the spring, that the student is trying, that is considered to be grade level if they reach that value. So I took those, what the child got, and divided by the cutoff value to get their percent of goal met. So at the beginning of, at the fall, 47% of the students were, sorry, let me say that right. The average intervention student scores in the fall were 47% from meeting their goal. They were 47% from meeting their goal in the fall. In the winter, those same student scores were 67% from meeting their goal. So you can see that growth that they've hopefully received through, receiving this extra intervention. The 60% of the students at Vivian Banks are receiving Tier 2 literacy interventions, in addition to their intervention and instruction provided by the classroom teacher in the Tier 1. So I think that's that slide. The next slide shows the Vivian Banks primary grades. Nope, did it already go? I'm sorry. Oh, gosh. You want to do it? Okay, I'll do it. I'm sorry. Oh, now we're going the wrong way. Okay, this one. Yeah. Okay. So this shows the Dibbles phoneme segmentation fluency task. This is a test where the teacher says cat and the child says the sounds that are in the word. So there's no written part. I say cat, the child says k, a, t. They say the sounds. Phonemic awareness, the ability to hear and manipulate individual sounds in words, is a strong predictor of reading success. And Dr. Golly was talking about that earlier, and that's what I was thinking about during that presentation because I have this in my brain. But students, it's extremely important, the research has shown, for decoding and encoding, like spelling, writing the words down. The research has shown that phonemic awareness predicts later outcomes in reading and spelling. 80% of all, quote, poor readers in 3rd grade and beyond struggle in this phonemic awareness area. So this is extremely important that our students are gaining this knowledge at a young age. So I was super excited by this growth. This graph shows the average fall score of the kinder and first grade intervention students was 54% of their fall grade level goal. And in the winter, these same student scores were 87% of their winter goal. So they really have made some significant growth in their phonemic awareness. Then the next slide, okay, sorry, thank you. The next slide shows the Bonsall West upper, I'm also at Bonsall West, so that shows the Bonsall West intervention upper grades. This is a fluency, just like the first graph that I showed you for Vivian Banks. This is the same task. The average of intervention student scores in the fall were 54% from meeting their fall goal. In the winter, the average for these same student scores was 66% from meeting their winter goal. These students have been meeting with me. They've been learning OG phonics patterns, the Orton-Gillingham, the morphology. We've done a lot of prefixes, suffixes, root words. Sorry, I was thinking that I also should have said at Vivian Banks, I also have been teaching morphology to every third, fourth, and fifth grader. And I think that skill of being able to break words apart, it's an Orton-Gillingham program, but it really shows students how some students hadn't even considered words like that. They just see a big long word and they're like, how am I going to read that? But then they're able to see there's this part at the beginning, prefix, part at the end, suffix. There's the root word, right? And now look, that word's not so scary anymore and you can figure it out and you know a lot more words than you think. So we've been learning that at Bonsall West too. Syllable patterns to help decode those multisyllabic words. And in each intervention session, they're also reading a short text of increasing difficulty to practice their fluency. Also at Bonsall West, before school, there's a Read Naturally, which is a fluency comprehension program. That intervention is led by Mrs. Miller in the mornings, 4 days a week. And we collaborate on how, which students go into that program. So I have a few students, for example, who are no longer coming to me for intervention because they got up to grade level, but I thought it wouldn't hurt if we give them something to make sure that they're where they need to be, that they stay there. And so they've been going to her in the morning. And then there's some students who are going to both of us. And so we're working together on that. Okay, and then this is the Bonsall West primary grades graph. And I also use this task at Vivian Banks, and I also use the phonemic awareness task at Bonsall West, but I just decided to show you two different, so you could see all the tasks. So the nonsense word fluency task assessment is, there's 2 scores on it. The one, I'm trying to just tell you off my head, but I also wrote all this down, which is really great. So I probably should just go with that. So it teaches, it assesses sounds and blending. Okay. So this task is done one-on-one, and the student reads the nonsense words, and then that follow the phonics patterns. It assesses the student's ability to decode words and their letter sound correspondences. So those part on the right, the blending, so they're seeing words that are not real words. The point of that is so that they haven't already memorized the words, because there's another task that assesses words that you know, sight words, right? That you know by heart. We don't want to know if you know these words by heart. We actually want you to have to use the phonics patterns. That's what this task is assessing. So for the letter sounds portion, it'll be maybe a word like mit, M-I-T. They'll see that word, they'll have to go it, and they get a point for each letter that they're able to know the sound of. And then can they blend it together? And that's the key, right? So can they go mit? And so there's 2 different parts to that task. So you often see kindergartners who at the beginning of the year are and first graders who are able to, they're doing pretty well on the one score on the task, right? And they haven't started blending yet. They're still getting a 0 on the blending part. And then all of a sudden it starts coming together. Today in my kindergarten group at Bonsall West, all of a sudden, a couple of these kids just started blending. And the teacher said it too. She said, I don't know what it is, the rain today, I don't know what it was, but kids were starting to, some of these kids we haven't seen doing it all of a sudden, and it's so exciting. That's what's fun about kindergarten and first grade. So the students receive 2 scores, one for the number of sounds they know correctly and a separate score for the number of words they blend correctly. So this graph shows the average intervention student scores on the fall, the letter sound part, were 54% from meeting their fall goal. In the winter, those same student scores were 74% from meeting their winter goal. And then for the blending portion, they were 45% from meeting the fall goal, and in the winter, they were 80% of their winter goal. So, I don't know, I thought that was super exciting and, you know, fun to see that growth. Okay, so this is for our overall presentation, our MTSS wins. Many younger students who started the year struggling after 1 to 2 targeted intervention sessions are no longer needing additional supports. And one other thing I think I forgot to mention on my Bonsall West slides is we exited 17 students from intervention in the first, you know, when I started the new session up in January, we had 17 students no longer needed intervention because they scored in the green on their iReady winter assessment. And so that was super cool to see. We have, as TOSAs, we're having a better understanding of specific student needs, and I think hopefully teachers are having that better understanding as well through the sharing of data and conversations between the TOSAs, the teachers, the parents, students, and we are sharing on SST forms. And Vivian Banks have been able to attend some SSTs at Bonsall West. The teachers share, because I'm only there 2 days, the teachers share the forms with me, and I'm able to contribute to the SSTs that way, and provide information and goals. I was working on that today for somebody. Data demonstrating student strengths and struggles on multiple measures and small group instruction allows for a better understanding of specific needs. And then the TOSAs have been able to support classroom teachers with social, emotional, and behavioral needs of students who benefit one-on-one and, from that small group support.
And then one more thing, just to piggyback, you're fine, you can keep it there. One thing to piggyback on the SST, that's our student studies, or student success team is now what it's called. So teachers come up with a goal that is based on that child's needs. So their goal might be in kindergarten that they know 5 letter names, and in 6 weeks we're hoping, and that goal is going to be attainable, right? I'm not hoping that, well, I am hoping, but it's not attainable to go from 5 to 26 if they've taken a long time for the 5. So a lot of times I'm helping and Dana's helping write the SST goals, especially for our upper elementary teachers who in past years have not seen kids coming in that are struggling to read. So I've got 4th grade teachers that are like, come help me. Where do I even start with this? This child has no basic skills in their foundational skills, so what would a goal be? So that's been really successful to be able to partner with the teachers on that. All right, so future of MTSS in Bonsall. The need for MTSS in our schools is not going away. Unfortunately, the emotional and behavioral needs of our students seems to get greater each year. And I'm actually going to say not even just each year, but as our year continues, we're seeing more and more trauma coming. It is vital that we continue to provide our students with the necessary emotional, behavioral, and academic supports that focus on the whole child. We would love to see more professional developments to help teachers understand how to properly support students who have experienced trauma. And there's triggers for kids. I'm listening to a book on tape right now called The Boy Who Was Raised by a Dog. And I don't know if any of you have heard that, but I was listening to it today, and all of a sudden I had like this light bulb going on, because they were saying a lot of times students who at a young age in the younger grades have trauma, and we're seeing it as ADD, ADHD, and ODD. but that's not what it is. It's their trauma response. But we haven't been trained and we haven't seen a lot of this trauma coming through. So just kind of, again, knowing the whole child and asking those questions. What happened over the weekend? What's happening at home? And if they're in my office and we're just kind of eating goldfish together, a lot comes out. And, you know, just having those moments to be able to go back to the classroom teacher and go, did you know that this is what's happening? And it's like, oh my gosh, I had no idea. And with 25 other kids, I wouldn't have been able to ask that question. So if we as your district MTSS TOSAs had a genie grant us 3 wishes, we would wish for a reading and math intervention teacher at all sites in addition to the TOSA. So if any of you brought a genie, we would love to rub it. And I think especially, like, you can see the difference, like our 3 elementary school sites are vastly different. And being able to, like, for instance, I can't pull reading groups. I have 960 students. And we tried that when my position 4 years ago when I first left the classroom, and it's just not possible. Like, intervention should be a small group of kids, and our school site is so big at Bonsall Elementary, as you guys know. So I would love to have a reading intervention teacher or a math intervention teacher that if we had somebody else, we could have it done. But it has been amazing being able to get into the classrooms and to continue with that coaching piece that I was able to do the last 2 years on the Uplift Literacy Grant. So all of the MTSS stuff has just kind of wrapped it all together. So thank you guys for finding the funds and realizing that not just the academics of our children is important, but the social and emotional well-being of them is number 1. So thank you.
Thank you guys so much.
Thank you for an exceptionally informative presentation. I just have one question as it relates to seeing even an uptick of trauma response even throughout the year. Is there any sort of trend analysis that you can speak to around that?
No, I think part of it's our economy. And we've got a lot of families who are living with grandparents and aunts and uncles. Without giving too specifics, we have students who have changed placements, home placements, who have had siblings that are no longer living in the home for one reason or another. And I think, again, that's what's really nice is I sit at the gate every morning and I give my handshake, my hugs and high fives, and I can tell you exactly who I need to meet with. And there's half the time where Mrs. Harrow and Mrs. Fortney and I are out there and I'm like, I need to go. And I'll just take that child and we'll go grab lunch or grab breakfast and we'll just sit down and talk and we'll start walking. And so it's just kind of having those and finding out what's happening, you know. Dad's not living at home anymore. Mom's working crazy hours. You know, a little boy that was in my office yesterday was like, yeah, my dad has to work after school, so I come home and I watch my little sister. You know, so it's those things. And it's like, what are you doing? He's like, well, I'm trying to feed her. I'm trying to help her read. You know, so it's a lot of those things that are just, I don't know what it is, but.
Interesting.
Yeah.
Thank you for sharing.
Thank you, guys.
Any other questions for our TOSAs? Thank you so much.
Yeah, thank you.
All right. And the presentations keep on going. If we can do our facilities planning update, Ms. Caroline Brown.
Thank you. Good evening, Board, Superintendent, and Ms. Gina. I have a very short presentation on facilities today, and the goal is to give you a little bit of new information as well as ask for any additional direction that you would like us to cover at the advisory committee meeting next week. So, oh, I got it right here. There we go. Okay. So the action since last February 13th board meeting, we have taken a look at your capacity and utilization, done site walks, counted classrooms, counted square footage, and then we've been waiting for the Davis Demographics Enrollment Report, which actually came into the email for us this afternoon at around 4. So we're going to slice and dice that and be able to report what they say in those projections. And then there's been quite a bit of development activity. There's some developments that have been approved and they're tentatively mapped and they are ready to build, if not already building. And so the district has had quite a few communications with developers around their units coming in and that expected growth that we're probably going to see over the next probably 3 to 7 years. And then we have your planning meetings coming up. We've got the back meeting on March 19th. I'm going to go over the agenda and what we're going to cover there and what activity we're going to do there. And then our next board study session is on March 27th. So this is a complicated chart. It has a lot of information on it. So I want to kind of just walk you through how we came up with the numbers. So the left-hand column is your schools. So we have the 5 schools listed. The next column is your grade level configurations as they currently are. And then you've seen the site acreage before, but I've repeated it here so we could see all of our assets. And then the number of portable classrooms and the number of permanent classrooms, then the number of portable classrooms, and then the number of classrooms in use. So when I presented to you a year or so ago, we talked about the capacities as a number. And we said that, well, you know, Bonsall West can hold 1,024. Well, when you really take a look at their programs and the operational capacity of a school, you need to take a look at, like, what truly is it? Is there a number? Is it a mathematical exercise or it is a programming exercise? So what we had done was taken the class sizes that were in the negotiated teacher contract and multiplied them out. Well, your class sizes that are negotiated are much higher than you're actually operating. So when Heather and I met, we talked about, well, what is that operational capacity? So that's what I did in the 3 stars where, the 2 stars. Based on a TKK, it's 22 to 1. Based on a 1 through 3, it's about 24 to 1, 27 to 1 in the grades going 4 through 12. Yes, you might have classes of 32. Yes, you might have classes of 22, but an operational mathematical calculation seemed to be the better way to handle the loading calculation. So that's where we came up with the enrollment and the operational capacity there on the right. So right now we have 93 permanent classrooms. We have 41 portable classrooms with 134 total classroom inventory. And that classroom is defined as anything that's 960 square feet or thereabouts. So we're not counting classrooms that are 400 square feet or less than that. So then we also wanted to recognize the fact that students don't show up to us in nice little neat packages of 20, 24, 27, and 32. So there's going to be some variation in how many students are in each classroom. So that gives us a classrooms in use of 128. That gives us ostensibly 6 open classrooms right now to accommodate growth. There are some assumptions that we would have to make about maybe doubling up some uses. Maybe we've done a little bit of expansion out into the classrooms that maybe we could consolidate a little bit and make more room if students come. But if the students come at the level that we're expecting them to through these developments, there will be a need to increase the number of classrooms that we have district-wide. And so the next column after the enrollment of 2025 is sort of our projected enrollment, and that's going to get filled in after Laura and I and Heather take a look at that demographics report and determine if there's any changes that need to be made or if it is good to publish. And then so that gives our operational capacity about 2,600 kids. So if you take a look at some of the students coming in, some of the gen rates that are coming in, we're anticipating that we're going to be sitting around 24, 2,500 kids by the year 2027, 28. So we're really close to our capacity. We don't have a lot of headroom, so we're going to really have to take a look at our facilities and figure out where we need to add some classrooms. Any questions on this table before I move on?
The global number might be misleading because we might be more overloaded with a certain category of student, like maybe K to 6, which means that the disparity of loading across the school and the overloading of Bonsall Elementary becomes even more problematic than it is right now. Mm-hmm. So seeing just the global count, 2661 might be misleading as as an overall value, and the devil is in the detail.
You're saying the overall 2661 being
No, I think it might be misleading in the sense where, you know, that reflects the entirety of the district when we might not have a capacity issue at the high school, when we might have a capacity issue already at the Bonsall Health. So it cannot obfuscate the reality of the situation by saying, hey, you have 300 seats, you know, unoccupied.
So maybe what we need to do is do a TK5 capacity or usage, classroom usage and availability, and then it's really the middle and the high school that don't have any capacity and they have quite a few shared rooms. So that's a little bit of a tough mathematical one. Thank you. So then the next slide is the agenda for the Bonsall Advisory Committee. It will be expected that we'll share that table with them to provide some context around the facts about the district. So DLR group is going to lead this study session. We're going to have debrief of the #1 study session. We're going to share what we collected and what the trends are and the information we collected. We are going to do a little bit of a primer on how facilities are funded in the state of California. And then we'll go into some district facts. We'll talk about how many acres do we have, number of classrooms, grade level configurations, enrollment, capacity, and utilization. And then the tabletop activity is going to be what's called a spot activity, which is an activity that is like the SWOT that we do, but they've changed the W to a P, and the P is problems, and it's no longer weaknesses. So that is what DLR is going to lead the group in. They're going to look at different school configurations. They're going to look and do a spot analysis on our current conditions. They're going to do, we're going to have 2 other scenarios that we're going to have them do a spot activity on, and that is 2 TK8s and 1 912, and 2 TK6s and 1 712. And then we're going to have them assess whether they're in the right locations across the district and we're servicing the right grade levels at the right place that makes sense for them. And then I just needed to ask if there was any other agenda items you'd like us to share at this point. And then if you have any other direction of any other scenarios we need to consider at this time, or if those are the scenarios that that will give us some information going forward.
I think there is always another scenario. So I think that might be something that we would take to the smaller committee to discuss and go over some different options. But that seems like a great place to start.
Yeah.
And
Okay.
then we can go from there as far as maybe having another, I don't know, committee meeting or something, and then discuss some other options.
Another one might organically come from the group too. So hopefully we'll be able to gather that information. We're going to set it up where we're going to have I don't know if I'm spilling the beans, but a principal and a cabinet member sort of stay at one table while the group and manage the conversations at that group so that things don't get lost as people move from table to table. So we'll just have facilitators at each table to help drive those discussions.
I think one of the things that would be of interest to maybe consider, depending on the construct of the meeting and if it applies with time constraints, et cetera, and if it's not too convoluted, is we have to work with what we have now, and we have to plan for what we may be able to create in the future. And there should be, when you look at development of any sort of plan, there then should be a transition of, so from a phasing approach, what can we do with what we have? Where should we be going, say, 10 years from now? And how do we get from where we're at to the intermediary step to a potential 10-year plan, so to speak? And I think it would be interesting to be able to identify what our community members think that ultimately, if, we talked about a genie for if we can, have the 3 wishes, so to speak, but what do our community members think that long range plan that if money were to drop out of the sky, you know, will be ideal to satisfy the educational facilities needs for our community. And then, you know, and I don't know whether that would be after we do a spot analysis, before the spot analysis, but I do think ultimately we should be looking at kind of a short-term and long-term, you know, kind of facilities perspectives.
Yeah, so I think we're going to be constrained to get into something at that level, but that might be a really good session 3 agenda item, because we'll gather this information, be able to slice it, dice it, analyze it, and then bring it back to the group, and then we can talk about how long it's going to take to get there and what could be the transition. Good, thank you.
Any other comments from Caroline? Thank you for your continued guidance and appreciate.
So there's just on a closing note, we have enrollment projections, demographics coming, and then we're going to have continue to explore future funding opportunities, as well as these meetings coming up in March. So more to come in a couple weeks.
Thank you. And that takes us to our action items. But wait, there's still a presentation, because action item 9.1 is the presentation of the Bonsall Unified School District's second interim budget report for fiscal year 24-25. Thank you, Ms. Castro.
Good night.
It's not even
Board of
evening anymore.
Trustees is, yes, it's 9:20, about 9:20. Good night, Board of Trustees, Superintendent and Executive Assistant, and student board members. It's the time for the first interim report, and I haven't cleared the audience today. Oh, they're leaving. I spoke too soon.
Ms. Pato, you can go.
Oh my God.
Laughter is good medicine. Thank you for that dose.
Okay, we're gonna start. So we're gonna be talking about the second interim report for the fiscal year 24-25. And we're gonna start with some information about enrollment, ADA and duplicated pupil counts, history, and some projections. We have here a trend chart where the blue bars represent the enrollment. Then the black line, the actual ADA, and the gray line, the founded ADA, and the pink one, the unduplicated pupil count. So the first 6 years represent actuals, and for the last 3 are projections related to ADA. The current year 24-25 for enrollment numbers are set because the data has been certified as October census date. During this, when we see this range from 18-19 all the way to 26-27, the highest enrollment in ADA that we have for the district is 2,416 in enrollment and students enrolled, and 2,333.06 ADA for the same year. I just want to clarify that these numbers do not include BBM Bank's numbers, as it's a separate entity, and the calculations are done separate. But for your information, the highest number for BBM Banks in enrollment, it was 102 in the same year, and the lowest enrollment is 71 for the current year, 24-25. The lowest enrollment for Bonsall for BUSD, it was hit on the fiscal year 22-23 with 2,071 students enrolled and 1,939.95 for ADA. Please note, as I mentioned before, the enrollment is counted as a snapshot in time, is counted as on census day. That's why the numbers may differ a little bit from current enrollment. Like I was looking at one of the slides that Caroline was presenting, and for the current enrollment for this year, she had like 2,300 and something as February 2025. However, these numbers is a census date, which is in October. So for the current year, I have data that is certified for funding purposes, 2002-06. It's important to mention also that the numbers for projections have to be utilized with this census day. We do receive a supplementary concentration grants based on the enrollment numbers. The major part of the district's revenue or state aid is based on second apportionment reports, or P2, which is the ADA that encapsulates the first 8 months of attendance, and a calendar attendance, not the regular calendars that we have for the year. If you see something over here like it looks like out of whack, like you say, how come the enrollment for 2021 is lower than the actual ADA, which is not a logical thing. I would like to explain that. If you remember, we were on COVID during that year. We were allowed to utilize past year ADA, and we were funded based on that ADA. So that's what you see, the actual and the funded ADA on the same point, and higher than the actual enrollment. And then you will see for the following 3 years, we were on the whole harmless provision, and we were funded in a 3-year average. Even though the ADA was lower, as you can see, we were higher. We were funded higher than that. For the current year, we are going back to normal in 2024-25. You are funded based on current ADA or prior year ADA, whichever is higher. And we are projecting a slightly an increase for the for the next 2 years, an increase of 1% over the years in ADA and enrollment as well. I know that the projections, they're a little bit higher than that. Just this is for funding purposes. We're conservative in our numbers. And for the unduplicated pupil counts, we are projecting flat for the current year and the next 2 years. So looking at the assumptions, these are the numbers that we need to take in consideration in order to prepare the current projection for the year and the following 2 years. So for COLA, we didn't have any change for the current year compared to first interim report. However, it did change for 25-26. It went down from 2.93 to 2.43%. However, for 26-27, we see an increase from 3.08% to 3.52%. Basically, it was like a defer. The increase that was projected in first interim report for 25-26, it was deferred to the following year. And then here is the ADA. Compared to first interim report, we have an increase of 10.83 based on the numbers presented on P1, which is the first principal apportionment. This can change once the P2 is filed, which is next month. But these numbers that are over here represent that increase, and consequently the following 2 years have that increase as well. The ADA for BBM bands, we are projecting a flat for the following 2 years. There's no changes. There are no changes from first interim report for enrollment and duplicate pupils and STIRS. That remains the same as we reported last December. Then we do see a change on PERS. For the year 25-26, we actually decreased from 27.60 that we had on first interim report to 27.4. And for 26-27, we have a 28% the PERS, and it went down to 27.50%. Here we have the local overview funding formula, the components. So the total LCFF that is allocated or is projected to be received, according to the numbers that we previous saw on the slide, is 25.6 million. And the components are as follows: the state aid, which is represented by state taxes, corporate taxes, and sales taxes, is 9.9 million. And then we have the Prop 30, which is the education protection account. That is represented by the state income taxes on high income earners. The amount is $419,000. And then we have the property taxes. So the allocation, according to the report that we received from the county, the last updated one, it was 15.7 million. However, we need to subtract there the allocation that it goes for BBM banks because they don't receive the property taxes. We have to do the transfer in new property taxes for them, so it's $489,000. The net of property taxes for the district will be 15.2 million, and that we add them up, and that's the total allocation for the district projected to be for state revenue. Then here we have a comparison with the numbers that were presented on first interim report, and then now the numbers that how we are doing revisions, and these are the numbers that are projected for second interim report. The beginning balance, there's no changes. The total revenues, we do see an increase in revenues, and it's due to the following. We have an LCFF increase. As I have already mentioned, we have an increase on P1, and that represents an ADA for P1, and it represents $112,000. Then we have an adjustment to Title I for close to $8,000. We also have an state funding increase for $589,000 for the Golden State Pathways Grant, and some adjustments to the lottery funding. And then also for the local funding, we have a $60,000 increase in revenues for the medical program. $30,000 also for a SELP agreement that we have with a student that's going to be served out of our district boundaries, and an adjustment that we did for council warrants for $10,000. Then the next line is the total expenditures. We have an increase of $171,000. We have some adjustments to certificate salaries, the net increase of $28,000, some increase on classified for $9,000, some changes on the librarian salary. Then we have a net decrease of $62,000 in benefits, and this represents a net of the health and welfare increase in participation, and the reduction of the OPEB contributions, the other post-employment benefits. That's the net of those two. And then we have also, the next one is the contracted services. We have an increase of $128,000, and that's due to the new programs also. And some adjustments to other programs that are not new, for example, ELOP. And then we have also an increase in capital outlay for $68,000 due to the contract that we signed with roofing to fix the office, the roof of the office at the high school. The transfers out, we have an increase of $26,000. This is to cover negatives on the Fund 9, which is the charter school. And then we have a contribution. If you see the contributions went down, actually we have in first interim report $6,083,000 and went down to $6,232,000. The reason why we have that is because we have an increase in medical program revenue that we actually received that was not estimated for some adjustments that are doing to prior year audits for prior years, and we received that funding. The total contributions, the 6.032 million, that is compounded by the special ed contribution of 4.9 million and the restricted maintenance account of 1.13 million that we need to do from the unrestricted funding to the restricted funding. And then we have a total net decrease for the second interim report projected at 3.8 million. As you can see, that the decrease in fund balance is reduced by $630,000. So the ending fund balance now is actually increased by that amount. So the ending fund balance projected for second interim report is 8.6 million. So the components of the ending fund balance for the current year, we already mentioned 8.6 million. That's the projected ending fund balance. We have $20,000 for revolving cash, 2.3 million for restricted. All the programs that we have, they have their strings attached for a specific purpose. Then we have the 3% reserve, 1.2 million, and then the available and assigned 5.1 million. The total equals to 8.6 million on the components of the fund balance that is projected for the ending of this fiscal year. Then we have a multi-year projection general fund. This is a requirement to prepare the multi-year projection. So you can see we already discussed or dissect 24-25 fiscal year, where we are ending with 8.6 million. That becomes to be the beginning balance for next fiscal year. And then we have right there a decrease on revenues. And I want to explain why is that decrease. We have some one-time funding money that we received several years ago or throughout years. Then we have come out to the usage, so we're now receive that no more. So for this particular year, 25-26, we are seeing a 1.7 million decrease, and some of the grants that are part of that reduction in revenues, educator effectiveness, SWP, or Strong Workforce, and round 5 and round 6, CTEC, or Career Technical Education Incentive Grant, K-16 Collaborative, Learning Recovery Emergency Ball Grant also is projected to be spent completely this fiscal year. There's some comments about getting back the portion that it was cut last year from the governors. We still not have anything formal, but they said that it's going to come back. But for now, what we have in books is going to be spent this year. And then on the expenditure side, we have a reduction of 2.2 million. So it's the same. We have the revenue, but also we have the expenditures. So those are the reductions, but including, besides those programs that I already mentioned, we have also an additional local program that is called SHAPE. We're projected to have that project done and completed. That's for air quality assessments. So they're going to do maintenance and change filters and assessments for the needs of the HVAC units that we have. We already have published the RFP. It's right now in the website, and we're just going to wait for the right time and answer the questions to be able to select the vendor to provide those services. Okay, for fiscal year 26-27, we do see an increase in revenues, as you can see, from 35.3 million to 36.6 million. The reason of this increase is the projected increase in enrollment in ADA in combination with increase in COLA, because for the second year is 2.43, and now 2.43, and for the third year is growing to 3.52. So that's the reason of the projected increase in revenues. And the projected increase in expenditures is equals $735,000. That's related to the consumer price index that we need to use, the inflation, and we need to incorporate this in the projections for services, supplies, and salaries, and also take in consideration any potential increase in health benefits. Okay. So we do have the transfers out. We have projected a reduction right there because there's going to be some adjustments on BBM banks on some of the expenses. So we're projecting $120,000 less than the prior year for 25-26 and 26-27. The contributions we're projecting a flat. We can see, if you see the before the ending balance line, we have a net decrease in fund. That is being mitigated. As you can see, we started on 24-25 with 3.8 million. It's projected to be reduced to 3.1 million, and then for 26-27, it's projected to be to 2.5 million, which is great. We are trying to balance the budget. So due to that, we have the ending balance for the 3 years right there, 8.6 for the current year, 5.5 million for 25-26, and 2.9 million for 26-27. When we subtract out of this ending balance, the restricted funding and the revolving cash fund, we get our reserve, and this is what is our reserve for each year. So 6.3 million for the current year, which represents 15.51%. The next year is 3.6 million, that represents 9.45%, and 1.5 million, which is 3.84% on reserve for the 3 years. And then we are meeting the minimum reserve, which is the 3% for the current year and the following 2 years. So we are putting a budget solutions plan, and obviously this is a joke, right? Even though every penny counts, we're not expecting to go to that route, right? To charge staff parking. Just keep it in mind, just in case. I'm just kidding. It's just a joke. It's just a joke. Right. This is just a joke, but we are looking into budget solutions. And on the multi-year projection, it's already reflected the following projected reductions. 3 certificate positions that equals at $343,000. At the related benefits, $75,000. So nutrition savings, $60,000. Curriculum, $100,000, and Capella, $166,000. The total is about $700 and I'll tell you right now, $44,000. That is already incorporated in our multi-year projection. And then we have a potential reduction. These are not in the budget, not in the multi-year projection either. So potentially 2 additional certificated positions that will represent $240,000, the benefits, and some attrition savings for retirements, about $80,000. So since the district is projecting to have, to be able to meet its obligations for the current year and the following 2 fiscal years, administration is seeking approval of the second interim report with a positive certification.
Any questions?
Thank you.
Motion to approve? Thank you.
Motion to approve. Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Thank you very much, Ms. Castro. Excellent presentation. And as we started the meeting when we approved the agenda, we're skipping over action item 2 to number 3, which is the approval of the Bonsall Unified School District 2025-2026 school and staff calendars.
Motion to approve.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Motion carries unanimously, bringing us to our action item 4, approval of the Sullivan Middle School Plan for Student Achievement, SPSA amendment.
Motion to approve.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Motion carries unanimously, bringing us to action item 5, the service agreement between Bonsall Unified School District and the San Diego County Office of Education for implementing the Children and Youth Behavioral Health Initiative.
Motion to approve.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Motion carries unanimously, bringing us to action item number 6, the MOU between Bonsall Unified School District and the University of San Diego for practicum field experience in learning and teaching, counseling, and educational administration.
Motion to approve.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Motion carries unanimously, bringing us to action item number 7, the master contract between Bonsall Unified School District and Youth Care of Utah LLC for the 24-25 school year.
Motion to approve.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Motion carries unanimously, bringing us to action item number 8, the transportation agreement for parental reimbursement for transportation to and from school.
Motion to approve.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Motion carries unanimously, bringing us to action item number 9, the renewal of service agreement with Lunch Assist for Child Nutritional Services Department.
Motion to approve.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Motion carries unanimously, bringing us to our last action item of today, number 10, the agreement between PWLC1 and BUSD for tree trimming at the Bonsall Elementary School, Bonsall West Elementary School, the Community Center, and the district office.
And you, I forget, you got competitive bids on this? Yes, we did. All right, great. Motion to approve.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Motion carries unanimously, bringing us to our favorite part of the meeting, the public comment. And we have our consistent public commenter.
He's a trooper.
Can I move that we waive some of the intro given?
That everyone knows.
You tell me what to waive.
Just saying, come on up, Joe. Come on.
All right, Commander Joe, come on up.
Get through
Ibid from last meeting, so come on up.
If you want us to read it, we can.
Thanks very much. It's always scary about the budget, but then when the 2 years go by, hopefully it doesn't keep going down and down with the percentage. Boy. Okay, I've got 3 main bullets. Number 1, all the students back on up, looking good, looking good. And the reason that that's very, very important, because a lot of different people use this, and they see that. Right there behind there, I don't know if it's still there, but Black History Month, when I came in for a meeting, it was up there for the Black History Month. All of the black patriots that have done so much for this country, along with the Indians doing things for this country that we don't really seem to appreciate. So that's wonderful when you come in here, you see this, you see that stuff on up there, and then this right here. This is not here because when it's turned around, I said, gee, that's brand new. No, it's always been there. But this kind of thing is pointing out in here some wonderful things on there. So keep that going. This is all about community involvement, community outreach. So that's number 1 bullet. Number 2 bullet, the core values on the podium. Well, I already ended up covering that, just to see that. The vision, the mission, the belong, the believe, the achieve. Keep that sort of thing going. Number 3, the village newspaper. I've got all the editions since the last meeting, and I don't know who wrote this article about the Bonsall Community Park breaks the ground. I thought it was very, very short, concise, and to the point, and absolutely fantastic. You did a wonderful, wonderful job on that. And there it is, the Village News intern, and there she sits. And absolutely fantastic. The other thing in this article that, yeah, absolutely, thank you very, very much, is right. Boom, deserved. The other thing is the superintendent over here. I see Supervisor Jim Desmond. I see a lot of VIPs. I see 2 students. This is in the front page of the paper. Same article that you wrote that we saw up here today. Where's the superintendent? The superintendent is behind the 2 students. She's not up there with a shovel. She's got the students up there involved. that you end up doing that, and it really shows out that the Bonsall Community Park front page story, the 27 February edition. Supervisor Jim Desmond was there. He spoke. The Superintendent Jolly, she spoke. Very, very good comments. And then the important thing about the superintendent having the two young students up in front of her, it shows the shovels and was just behind the students and supporting them. The Superintendent Golly and Superintendent Jim Desmond, the other thing that was very, very noticeable, they arrived early and they stayed late. And what were they doing? They were talking to the people and talking about, well, the horses need to be in the park and we need to do this and all. And he got off over the side. He didn't just come late, leave early. He didn't end up doing that. He stayed there a long time. And so did our superintendent. Very, very noticeable. The board president was also there. I don't know who she is. I think it's Larissa Anderson. She was there too. So that kind of stuff is fantastic. Just quickly, these articles in here, the Bonsall boys soccer write-up. It was a tough season, but that was I swear 15 more seconds. The 6th of March, the Bonsall High School trial team with photos. In the same edition, the Bonsall first baseball game with a big photo with Coach Brandon Rogers. They were having a tough season, but that was in there. The last one here is the students at the Bonsall Elementary dance. This is the February 20th edition. The students shine in the first dance performance. So again, a lot of people that don't come to the meetings, they read the paper. And your outreach is very, very good because it's just fantastic. Keep it on up. Go Bonsall. And the core values right here. Thanks again. Take care and keep up the good work and keep working on that budget.
Thank you, as always, Commander Joe. Love the booming voice and the positivity. Brings us to our planning section of the meeting. Our next regularly scheduled meeting of the Bonsall Unified School District Governing Board of Trustees will be scheduled for a little different than typical. It's going to be Tuesday, April 8th. So mark that little change on your calendar. There might be a birthday or something that we're avoiding on that Thursday. Closed session will be at 4:30 and open session at 6 as usual. And with that, we shall adjourn at 9:52. A lot of good business done. Thank you, everyone, for everything that's being accomplished and lots more to do.